ships on sailing, 6 parks are closing, 5 lives max soon. 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino boats, and sombreros on Hakeem Jeffries. Whew. Man, this is a doozy, but it's fun.
Democrats, unfortunately, are continuing to play political games. Millions of American federal workers are under enormous financial stress as a result, wondering how they will pay their bills and take care of their families.
I make this solemn promise that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop.
On the 11th day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 11 Dems still crying, 10 courts delaying, 9 planes grounded, 8 schools unfunded, 7 ships on sailing, 6 parks are closing, 5 lives max soon. 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino boats, and sombreros on Hakeem Jeffries. On the 12th day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 12 bills not passing, 11 Dems still crying, 10 courts delaying, 9 planes grounded, 8 schools unfunded, 7 ships not sailing, 6 parks are closing, 5 lives max soon. 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino boats. Ooh. And sombreros on Hakeem Jeffries. Come on, Democrats, you're so lame. No more money for Los Eagles. America first. Let's go.
Well, welcome to the final day in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'll see you live in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma tonight at Power Chapel. And we are right across right now from the Wayman Tisdale School of Fine Arts, who, if I remember correctly, was one of the 2 guys from NBA Jam on the Sacramento Kings. He was a professional basketball player who also played bass guitar professionally. I can't remember if he's a Christian or not. Can you find that out? I just saw the sign on the way in. He was a power forward, and he also was like an excellent musician. I guess he built a school for kids. Good to see you. People turn on the Democrats. They're in trouble. War with Venezuela is looking like it's taking place right now. And climate change is over. Can't celebrate that enough. Good to see everybody on YouTube. Good to see Danny from Naples, Florida on the app. Milta on the app, and Stevan on the app. Great to see everybody. Let's check the news. After an incredible, successful week in Asia, President Trump boarded Air Force One en route to his home in Palm Beach, Florida. Just brought nearly $2 trillion in Asian investments, secured critical minerals, struck agreements with China, finalized peace between Cambodia and Thailand. Roll it. Little wave. Good job, Mr. President. Next. Tony Romo explains why the footballs are switched if a fan catches a ball. This was chilling to me. Roll it.
And that's into the first row. Maybe the second. And it's caught.
There he is. Young Jim Nance. Just catching football. Oh, you see what they do there?
Yeah.
See how they switch that? But the reason you give the ball back, because there's chips in those footballs. Do you know that? And the NFL wants to keep their data to themselves and give you a ball that doesn't have chips.
Computer chips inside the game balls. Don't believe me? Google it. Now, I discussed in my last video that I believe that these computer chips can be turned into an electromagnet, and thus you can have the ball be manipulated with magnets and technology and cause, let's say, a field goal that was gonna be good to bounce off the uprights instead. Now, this isn't the only way that this technology is being used. I also believe that this very same magnetic technology is being implemented into the players' gloves, especially wide receivers, making all those awesome one-handed catches that they routinely seem to make.
What do you think? Next. Hold on. Wait. Watch this. Worth every second. Roll it.
Dreamed of, and I wish you joy and happiness. But above all this, I wish you love.
Next. Wayman Tisdale is he dead? He often spoke publicly about his faith in God and credited it as a foundation for his life, both during and after his basketball career. After retiring from the NBA, he became a successful gospel-influenced smooth jazz musician, and his music frequently reflected his faith and gratitude. Yeah, even after being diagnosed with cancer and losing part of his leg, Tisdale maintained a positive outlook, saying his faith gave him peace and strength. Through every challenge in interviews in his autobiography, he described his relationship with God as central to his identity and purpose. Let me see if he's alive. He died in 2009. Son of a gun. Well, big ups to Wayman Tisdale and his family. God bless you. Good job building that school. Next. Theo Vaughn. Roll it.
They deleted my hair. Oh, disappeared my hair. That's what it was.
They disappeared my hair.
They disappeared my hair.
Dude, I'm hanging out with, I was with Kid Rock the other night, and he calls Trump, dude. It's like...
He's got him on speed dial?
It's like 1 a.m. He calls him. He's like, let's go. Trump answers. They're talking. I'm like, dude, what is going on?
Next. Treasury Secretary Bessent, hope you run for president, says the U.S. and China plan to sign a trade deal next week. Next. Norm Macdonald was banned from returning to The View for 15 years after his appearance in the year 2000 when he wouldn't stop talking about Bill Clinton murdering people. Because you remember there was a guy that was involved with with Clinton on real estate deals, and they found him dead in a park in Washington, D.C., and said he shot himself in the head, but there was like 2 shots fired or something. And they freak out. Roll it.
It'd be good to get I think we should get the homicide out of the White House and get like a fresh start, because we don't want any more murderers.
I think we should just go on to the next question.
Oh.
Murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Yeah, you know, we're not allowed to, you're not allowed to put out no accusations without
That's a little too far.
That's the way it does work.
Let's just go on to the next question.
Yeah.
This is not my week. What can I tell you?
Oh, it's not mine either, and I'm being very nice, okay? Be a good boy. Now, Norm.
Do you never hear that?
No. Listen, we don't need to talk about
this, and I don't want to hear it, and this is not the place to make those accusations, and you're supposed to be funny. Let's get on to it.
Exactly. Get with it. There you go.
This is a live show.
Norm, but you have been properly chastised by Barbara, so I'm not going to ask the next question.
I thought it was a matter of record.
Why is he gone and Patton Oswalt's still here? Next. This is the head of the Canadian military. It makes me feel like getting 3 friends together and invading. This is Canada's top military general. She's crying while apologizing for systemic racism and discrimination in their forces. I feel like she might have played a lot of Duke Nukem. A deeply unserious country. This is how Western civilization dies. Roll it.
Systemic racism, racial discrimination, and harassment are an affront to these values, and yet we allowed these injustices to occur and fester within our ranks. Therefore, on behalf of the Canadian Armed Forces, I offer my most sincere and deepest apologies. I apologize to every CAF member.
Thanks for watching Check the News. We'll be right back after these messages.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back to Check the News.
Roll it.
Well, I think we actually, I mean, it doesn't solve the health insurance problem, the premium problem. I think what's a very fair deal and is open the government and let's just vote on extending these premiums for a year or more. Well, I don't understand what's so hard about that. And by the way, Senator Thune has offered that, I believe.
Notice this is a New Jersey Democrat. I don't understand why we don't reopen the government. So the Democrats are starting to have ranks broken, and they only need to lose 5 Democrats to reopen the government. And that's a massive loss. Hey, what happened to Taco? What happened to Trump always chickens out? He's not doing it this time. Keep going.
He offered up a vote that we can actually have a vote on extending these premiums. I think when put to it, you're going to see Democrat and Republicans, senators and congressmen and women want to vote for that. Why would you not want to vote to extend help with these tax credits, get premiums down for people? People are getting hurt right now in their pocketbooks. They're really need help. So why not give them some help?
All right, let's move to
next. Whoopi Goldberg's being called out for making the most ironic statement possible. Look at what they say with no irony. Stop investigating a man about Biden. Stop investigating a man who's no longer in office. Do you remember way back 12 months ago? They want you to forget the last 4 years and believe you raided Trump's home out of office. Take it away, Predator.
It's kind of crazy. You know, I kind of agree with him. If you, instead of investigating a man who is no longer in office, I would like y'all to find out why the U.S. military is striking vessels without verifying who's in them.
Buzz.
I want the government shut.
Who said they don't know who's in them? Also, if a boat's leaving a foreign country packed with fentanyl to deliver to the United States, why do you need to know the guy's name's Paco? What a stupid, I mean, the fact that this show has ratings is the main argument for taking away women's right to vote. Keep going.
Down to figure out what's going on because it's getting ready to be the longest one in history. SNAP benefits are about to run out.
Why are you dressed like an art teacher?
Soybean farmers in financial crisis, and of course there is the unreleased Epstein files.
Yes.
And
you don't want those Epstein files released, Whoopi. There's going to be a lot of people on there that you know. Next. Caitlin Collins calling out Hakeem Jeffries. They're turning on their own. Take it away, female Bruno Sammartino. Roll it.
Said that
Mike Johnson's not willing to sit down and have a conversation. Y'all did have a phone conversation, I believe you said earlier today. Who initiated that call? Was that you or was that Speaker Johnson?
It was a call from Mike Johnson. It was very brief.
Pause. So he said that there's no way to work things out and that they don't want to talk. Then Caitlin Collins said, but you said there, play for the minute. She said, but you talked to him. Who called who? He called me. So he admits the Republicans are trying to make progress. He looks so gray and unhealthy. You know, I'm not a doctor. Even if I was a doctor, you can't diagnose somebody by eyesight. Having said that, that is not a good color. That grayish hue is usually not a good sign. Play it from the beginning.
Said that Mike Johnson's not willing to sit down and have a conversation. Y'all did have a phone conversation, I believe you said earlier today.
Pause. You said Mike Johnson isn't willing to have a phone conversation, but then you said earlier in this interview that you had a phone conversation. Who initiated it? He did. Okay. So he just kicked the legs out from under your whole argument on CNN that's supposed to be in your corner. Continue.
Call. Was that you or was that Speaker Johnson?
It was a call from Mike Johnson. It was very brief, and it wasn't a substantive discussion in terms of finding a path forward.
But was he calling to talk about the government shutdown?
I mean, you could say that was in the ballpark, but, you know, it was a private conversation that will remain private. However, nothing meaningful came.
Obviously, he was calling to talk about. That's the only. Anybody knows that's the only reason he called. I'm guessing you and Mike Johnson don't hang out in your personal time. He was calling to ask you if you've had the new habanero wings from Wingstop or whatever. He's calling you. You're Hakeem Jeffries, a liberal Democrat. He's Mike Johnson, the Louisiana Republican. You have nothing in common other than to talk about you're the head rep for the Dems and he's the head rep for the Republicans. So you're a liar and very gray. Continue.
Out of it again because Donald Trump has not given Mike Johnson permission to enter into a bipartisan negotiation. Caitlin, I mean, House Republicans have been literally on vacation for the last 5 weeks.
He called you.
They've canceled votes 5 consecutive weeks in a row. They are uninterested in doing anything other than jamming their partisan Republican spending bill down the throats of the American people. And as Democrats, we've made clear we will not support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people. Period. Full stop.
Next. Tucker Carlson leads growing movement to detach from Israel. But what is the U.S. getting for 3.8? I think it's $38 billion a year. What do we give Israel? I don't think it's 3.8. I think it's 38. How much money does the United States officially give to Israel in aid? Is it 38 billion or around 38 billion a year?
So right now, it's a bit above the standard $3.8 billion annual commitment that's been in place under the memorandum.
Okay, so it's 3.8 a year. So everybody that freaks out about why do we send money to Israel? It's barely any. It's like less than the cost of the 4 transgender youth centers we were building under the Biden regime. And we get a bunch of stuff in return. Like I'll give you, I don't know if this guy's going to cover this, but I'll give you just one off the top of ChatGPT's head. 20 words or less, what percentage of technology does Israel build for the United States military?
In short, roughly 5 to 10% of some U.S. military tech components have Israeli input.
So there you go. So it's not like they're doing nothing. And well, it's only 5 or 10%. You know, we have like a zillion jets and warships. So that's one thing. So here's the rest. Tucker Carlson says the U.S.-Israeli alliance is deeply destructive, humiliating, geopolitically insignificant. He's calling to cut Israel loose. Critics echo $3.8 billion a year, welfare state. But what does America actually get in return? Let's count dollar for dollar. General Alexander Haig, Israel is the largest American Israel is the largest American aircraft carrier in the world that cannot be sunk and doesn't even carry one American soldier. So it's worth it just to have the fact that you have a nation the size of New Jersey in the dead center of the Middle East to land and hold your bases. Ford-class carrier, $13 billion to build, $2.5 billion a year to operate. Israel's version, 0 troops, 0 fuel. So you understand? Of an aircraft carrier is $13 billion to build. So that's 4 times, 3.5 times the cost of what we send to Israel, just if we had to replace them with that one aircraft carrier. And it's $2.5 billion to operate an aircraft carrier every year. Continue. Israeli intel. Israel gives us more military intelligence than all of NATO combined. Israel's intel to the U.S. is more productive than all NATO countries combined. Iran nuclear archive heist, save billions, trains U.S. special ops, fewer casualties, cyber drills versus Iran. Next. Battle-tested tech, cheaper and faster. Israel spends 4.5% of its GDP on research and development. U.S. gets results without footing the full cost. Anti-drone tech. Next. $50 billion in trade, mostly U.S. exports. 0% Israeli tariffs. So we send them $3.8 billion in exchange for 0% tariffs. Keep going. All aid money comes right back. $3.8 billion in aid, 70 to 100% spent on U.S. weapons, 20,000 plus direct defense jobs, 255,000 total U.S. jobs supported. Next. Israeli investment, $25 billion in U.S. economy, $25 billion Israeli FDI, tens of thousands of U.S. workers, top foreign tech source on NASDAQ, shared R&D hubs, all cyber quantum flow to the U.S. Continue. Israel and America first issue. If $3.8 billion buys an unsinkable carrier, NATO beating intel, 255,000 U.S. jobs, and $50 billion in trade, then is detaching from Israel really America first? Little thought for all the Jew haters out there that have never thought things through. Next. Calls are now getting louder for Democrat Representative Jim Hines to resign for seemingly threatening MAGA that a future Democrat president will use the military to kill Trump supporters because 47 is killing narco-terrorists. What a gross comment. Roll it.
They're not terrorists. They may be drug runners. We don't know that for sure. But just because you call...
Why is this jackass sticking up for the guys in the boats? They're not terrorists. They might be drug runners. You don't consider it terrorism to introduce fentanyl into a country? What a fool. Wish I could tell him to his face. If I see him in Washington, D.C., I'll be happy to. Play from the beginning.
They're not terrorists. They may be drug runners. We don't know that for sure.
Pause. You do know it for sure. They're on a boat with drugs, running. It's on video, you freaking idiot. One more time from the beginning.
They're not terrorists. They may be drug runners. We don't know that for sure. But just because you call somebody a terrorist, we call lots of people terrorists, doesn't mean that the military is authorized to go after them. And if no other reason, and look, I talked to an awful lot of people who, despite the fact that this is illegal, are comfortable with lethal action against purported, maybe, cartel members. You know, where does it stop? Do we now start executing drug dealers on the corners of Brooklyn? Where does it stop? If all of a sudden the government, without telling anybody anything...
What's your affinity? Are you on drugs? Like, why do you love drug dealers so much? If we kill these drug dealers, where are we going to start? We're going to start taking out all drug dealers? There needs to be some drugs.
Thanks for watching Check the News. We'll be right back after these messages.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Check the News.
Accidental. Oh, no, I did send it. Roll it.
We know that Mamdani does want to tax the rich more, bring it up about 2%. He can't do that on his own. You've previously said that you wouldn't be raising taxes. Have you reconsidered that stance?
No, I would say one energetic rally does not get me to change my position.
Hey, just a heads up. If you go to get veneers, you can pick any size teeth. You don't have to get like racehorse teeth. Holy moly, it's nothing but teeth. You could turn the lights off and still find her. Continue.
But I do hear people's voices. I process what everybody says, but I'm also have to balance governing this state and making sure that those people who are actually the reason we have a generous, supportive budget that helps lift people up. It's their revenues.
Stefan, for some reason on the app, wrote, what's the worst hand in poker? It's 7-2 offsuit is statistically the worst hand in poker, followed by 8-3 offsuit. Continue.
Tax. 1.5% of New Yorkers cover about a third of our budget. That's enormous. I'm concerned about out-migration of people who are the ones who are supporting our budget. I cannot make up for that with middle-class tax increases. I cannot do that to the middle class and the struggling New Yorkers. So this is the balance.
That's great. Now go eat a whole apple. Next. Breaking. The Trump administration has reportedly authorized strikes on now it's not just trafficking boats. Venezuelan military sites, with the attacks expected to begin any time. I'm guessing when he met with Xi said go for it, because China's there. Cuba, what Cuba was to Russia in the 60s, Venezuela is to China. It's their headquarters over here by us. And I guarantee you heard Xi said, I'm going to work to stop the distribution of fentanyl in America. This is part of it. This is where it's getting run in from. So part of what they were saying was, if these negotiations go bad, China's going to take it as an act of war that we're attacking Venezuela. But apparently they worked things out, and Xi said, go ahead and blow them off the map. And I think that's what's going to happen to a degree right now. Next. In a massive development, the Ohio Redistricting Commission passes new 2026 congressional map that adds 2 Republican seats and takes away 2 Democrat seats. Looks like it. So this is huge. This is a Republican +4 net shift for the U.S. House of Representatives next November. This could seal the deal and secure Trump's trifecta for the next 24 months of his presidency. Next. What a mic drop from Scott Bessent. Roll it.
Well, look, he's the leader of the Democratic talking points. He's shut down the government, which is an international embarrassment. And where were they? The Democrats, for the first 2 years, had the trifecta. They had the presidency, they had the House, they had the Senate. And what did they do? They did squat. They did squat. They wrote papers. They talked a lot. Nothing got done. And, you know, not only did we inherit a gigantic deficit, we inherited a deficit of action on all of these problems. And, you know, during COVID was the beta test for what happens. China proved itself to be an unreliable partner during COVID, and everyone should have taken that as all hands on deck. And instead, you know, the Democrats were busy blowing out the spending.
Thanks, Lisa.
You know, sending money for, you know, the transgender surgery.
If I could go visit anywhere in America as a first-time tourist from Africa, where should I go and why? Go to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard in Memphis at about 1 in the morning. Let me know how you liked it. Keep going.
In Central America and the gender studies in Myanmar, that was their idea. So
you'll feel right at home.
For Representative Jeffries to even say anything is really disingenuous, and he knows better, but he can't say better. That's the problem with today's Democratic Party. They're a hive. They have one set of talking points. They can't move away from them. 3 brave Democratic senators have come across the aisle to reopen the government. I'm calling on 5 more to come across, reopen the government before Thanksgiving, because as we can see, Newark Airport, Reagan Airport, air traffic controllers are going out, and what if there's an accident? What if there's an accident due to the shutdown? It is going to lie with the Democrats.
Laura Ingraham with the RBF.
52 Republican senators have voted to reopen the government. 3 Democratic senators have. 52-3, Laura.
Great job, Mr. Bessent. Hope you run for president. Next. Montreal, November 17th through the 21st, while it's still legal to preach. Monday at 7 p.m., Tuesday to Friday, 10 a.m., and 7 p.m. I would encourage every Canadian Christian to be at those meetings. Next. The Supreme Court has officially cleared President Trump to speed up deportations of illegal immigrants. This is huge. Roll it.
Now we have a Fox News alert. The Supreme Court just cleared the way for Trump to deport illegals even faster. The High Court ruled that Trump can use the Alien Enemies Act to send Venezuelan gangbangers to a mega prison in El Salvador. This is a huge ruling in Trump's favor and a major win for the country. After, as you know, D.C. Judge James Boasberg ordered a stop.
Of course he did. You get by looking at him.
So this is
they all
pretty
look
significant.
the same.
These deportations, Caroline, can keep going.
This is a massive legal victory, Jesse, a massive victory for law and order and for our constitutional republic and the sovereignty of the United States of America. We called on the Supreme Court to rein in these activist judges like Judge Boasberg, who was completely out of line in trying to say that the president didn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists off of our soil. We have always maintained the position at the White House that the president was well within his constitutional authority to do so. And this decision proves that President Trump and our administration have always been right from the beginning. He will continue to utilize the Alien Enemies Act to remove foreign terrorists and Tren de Aragua members, vicious gang members from American communities. And because of this ruling, the United States of America is a much safer place. Our team will get to work tomorrow to deport these heinous, violent foreign terrorists from our neighborhoods.
And you had another couple critical wins in the court with regard to DOJ. Tell us about those. That seems to be making progress.
Yes, absolutely. There have been many wins that the mainstream media has failed to cover, particularly over the weekend. The Supreme Court also ruled that the president does, in fact, have the authority over federal funding, that he can dictate what funds can go out the door and what can't, so long as they are part of the executive branch. So we've always, again, maintained that every executive order the president has signed, every executive action that he has taken has been well within his executive authority. And DOJ is doing a tremendous job job at cutting back at the waste and the fraud and the abuse that have been ripping off American taxpayers, that have not been aligned with our interests here in our country. So we're going to continue the president's agenda. Again, he's well within his constitutional authority, and it's great to see the Supreme Court reining in these activist judges who are wearing robes but are acting as judicial activists, not as real judges and real arbiters of the law.
All right. Lawyer's wrong. I can't believe a lawyer would ever be wrong. It just amazes me. They think they're always right. I guess not this time. Sorry, Boasberg. We love you, but we're sorry. Caroline, thank you.
Next. Ben Kendall, folks. This is the 18-year-old on the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Penguins are the oldest team in the NHL last year. They did nothing to improve in the offseason, next to nothing. They were expected to maybe contend for last place, and people thought they might be doing it on purpose because there's like a generational talent coming up in the draft this year. And they are number one in the NHL, folks, and they won again last night. And here's the 18-year-old with his fourth goal. Roll it.
Take control of this game here in the third. Malkin for Cross.
It's number 18.
Cross one-timer. Carlson missed the net. Malkin punched it wide. It's loose in front. They score! Ben Kendall!
Nice job, Ben Kendall. Next. Senator Cory Booker got fact check on CNN. They're pushing them around on their own networks. These used to be places they just went to say whatever they wanted, never got any pushback. Not anymore. Roll it.
So you say that Republicans are being cruel, but it's also true that you just have to vote yes, and 4 other Democratic senators have to vote yes, and the government will be reopened. And Elizabeth and 800,000 constituents of yours in New Jersey will, at least in the short term, not go without food.
Well, you see the choice that the Republicans are trying to force here. Choose between New Jersey's health insurance and health coverage or feeding New Jerseyans. This is a cruel choice that they're trying to make.
Next. 2013, Obama talks about how incredibly irresponsible it would be for Congress to shut down the government in order to blackmail a president into making concessions. Roll it.
If Republicans do not like the law, they can go through the regular channels and processes to try to change it. That's why we have elections. So they can go through the normal processes and procedures of a democracy, but you do not threaten the full faith and credit of the United States of America. Shutting down the government just because you don't like a law that was passed, I have to say no Congress before this one has ever in history been irresponsible enough to threaten an economic shutdown, to suggest America not pay its bills, just to try to blackmail a president into giving them some concessions. I will not negotiate on anything when it comes to the full faith and credit of the United States of America. We're not going to submit to this kind of total irresponsibility. Congress needs to pay our bills on time. Congress needs to pass a budget on time. Congress needs to put an end to governing from crisis to crisis.
So Trump's just taking Obama's play. Next. Oof, you know you're under a lot of danger. This is the Secret Service in Mexico. Federal operator from Mexico's SSPC protecting senior officials. Protection through volume of fire. Looks like the clip you have to play the game for 2 months to unlock. It's like a 200 rounder. Good Lord. Next. Unsurprisingly, ABC, CBS, NBC completely ignored the new bombshell revelation from Chuck Grassley about Operation Arctic Frost, that Jack Smith was targeting all Republicans and TPUSA and church groups. Roll it.
Tonight, we're learning important new details about the scope of an investigation
Thanks for watching Check the News. We'll be right back after these messages.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. and it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back to Check the News.
Super important problem. There's enough innovation here to avoid super bad outcomes. We won't achieve our best goal, the 1.5 or even the 2 degrees. And as we go about trying to minimize that, we have to frame it in terms of overall human welfare, not just everything should be solely for climate.
Critics are already saying that it needs to be.
You know how huge that is? $1.5 trillion that they spent on record, let alone all the propaganda, to alter and control the weather, and they're bailing on it. The Trump victory last year was a wrecking ball to every globalist policy. Continue.
That climate change efforts hurt foreign aid for the poor, that it's an either-or proposition. Do you hear in what he says a reframing from someone who has been a force in the climate change field?
Yeah, it's very disappointing. And frankly, Bill Gates doesn't have any expertise in climate science. And he's failing to listen to what the experts actually have to say. And we're seeing it play out in real time right here. You know, disastrous climate change is not far off in the future. It's not 1.5 Celsius. It's not 2 Celsius, as he suggests. It's here. And the question is, how bad are we willing to let it get? And if we continue to warm the planet beyond that level of warming, we will exceed our adaptive capacity. And so when Bill Gates says we'll just sort of try to engineer our way out of it or innovate our way out of it, it's really tone deaf to the fact that there are a very large number of people who will suffer catastrophic consequences if we continue to allow the planet to warm up by continuing to burn fossil fuels. And I wish that Bill Gates would use the platform that he has to urge politicians and policymakers to help us transition away from dirty carbon energy towards clean energy as quickly as possible.
Michael Mann, always great to have you on the program.
Michael
Thank you,
Mann.
sir. Appreciate it.
Always great to see
Chris.
your face.
In 90 seconds.
Looks like a thumb that you drew eyes, a nose, and a mouth on. Next. Iranian official. We poured millions into spreading Islam in Japan. After 6 years, only one person converted, and he wasn't even Japanese. For whatever reason, like no religion can crack Japan. Roll it.
تو ژاپن رفتن. فلان دستگاهی که بیش از 1000 میلیارد داره در
Plus, see, this is what happens when you throw all the gays off rooftops in a nation is you get terrible tailoring for your suit. Look at that thing overhanging in the shoulders. You should have kept a couple of homos around just to make sure you get a properly fitted wardrobe. Continue.
میگیره وظیفه داشت که ژاپنی ها رو مسلمان کنه. در طول 6 سال یه نفر مسلمان کرده بود. بعد فهمیدم اونم ژاپنی نیست.
Fire your evangelism department. Islam having the same evangelism problems as the Reformed Church. Next. I got a retweet from lawyer Chris Anhall, who's addicted to liberty. Do these idiot religious leaders know it's possible to give to the poor directly without involving the government distribution system? Which is what they're conflating. Christians don't want the government open because they don't actually care about the poor. No, actually, we just don't use the government to care for the poor because the government doesn't do anything for the poor. Next. Broken Arrow tonight. Fort Worth tomorrow, Lamarck Wednesday, Omaha, Nebraska Friday and Saturday, Phoenix the 11th through the 14th, Kampala, Uganda the 16th, Montreal the 17th through the 21st, Port Harcourt, Nigeria for the whole week, 24th to the 29th, Thanksgiving week. Next. From date night to fight night, this guy goes to take this guy's date's purse with her boyfriend there. I don't get why you would do this, and it doesn't turn out well. Roll it.
Looking for a ride home, and this guy's looking for a free meal by taking this knockoff Gucci bag, also known as Fucci, and now realizes it's a knockoff. He's like, man, this wasn't.
Girl has a huge boyfriend.
It's nothing but a knee buffet being displayed here tonight. All you can eat ends up with some summer teeth, because, yep, you guessed it, summer there. And now summer gone. My God, that guy has damaged his freaking flux capacitor, and he'll probably wake up in 1985 somewhere. Right here, thinks he's scoring a Gucci bag, but ends up with a knockoff.
I mean, he didn't make it 5 steps.
From the knee to the dome, and you can see
he's not fast. He can't fight. What are you doing? Oh, what a great knee. That's textbook.
Half fast, but it's still effective, and this man is knocked the hell out. The lights are on, but nobody's freaking home.
What was the upside of that? What are you going to get out of that lady's purse?
Call Mike Lindell immediately.
Some hand sanitizer, a couple of baby wipes. Next. No honor among thieves. Roll it.
Welcome back to Sao Paulo, Brazil, where a couple of robbers are riding nuts to butts as usual, getting ready to rob this man who's probably just walking home, excited for that hot turkey pot pie waiting on the table for him at home. But no, you got a couple of losers that are trying to get in the way of that. But hey, this man is going to take it into his own hands as he opens fire with the wireless hole puncher, injecting several doses of lettucicillin into this douchebag, and now goes after the other robber because there's no honor among thieves. He's like, what? Are you not entertained?
Play from the beginning. I want to see when the guy lunges at
gunpoint. Back to
gunpoint.
Sao Paulo, Brazil, where a couple of robbers are riding nuts to butts as usual, getting ready to rob this man who's probably just walking home, excited for that hot turkey pot pie waiting on the table for him at home. But no, you got a couple of losers that are trying to get in the way.
Wow.
Not today. This man is going to take it into his own hands as he opens fire with the wireless hole puncher.
You gotta be careful robbing people in Brazil. They're like born, come out of the womb knowing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Or as they call it, Jiu-Jitsu.
Thieves, he's like, what? Are you not entertained? Get back here, Triptych. Where the hell do you think you're going? I'm just getting started. While one robber got away, another robber turned his life around and instantly turned into a holy man. Pulls out the Uno reverse card and disarms these idiots.
Wow.
John Wick.
That's amazing.
You get between a man and
I didn't know you could like actually do that in real life. That's the kind of thing they show you like in karate class, but then if you try it in real life, you just get immediately shot. That guy actually pulled it off.
No honor among thieves. While you're laying on the ground weighing several grains heavier.
Great job, Steve Edmond. Cleanse our spiritual palates, Britt Gusmus. Misprit was busy this week. Father, thank you for everyone who watched today. I pray that you'd bless their lives, lift every issue of concern. In Jesus' name, amen. If you have never received Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, please do that right now. Say this out loud. Heavenly Father, I admit that I've sinned. I repent. I believe in my heart you raised Jesus from the dead. I confess with my mouth Jesus is Lord and my Savior. Right now, I receive forgiveness. By the blood of Jesus, I am saved. In Jesus' name, amen. If you prayed that prayer, welcome to the family of God. Please do what it says on the bottom of the screen. Go to revivaltoday.com and click I just got saved. Fill that out completely. And when you do, I'm going to send you my wife's new devotional book, The Path to Dominion, a 16-week devotional to walk in God's plan for your life. That's my way of helping you live the Christian life because I want you to make it. Got to hear from you. Revivaltoday.com. Click the most prominent button that says I just got saved. If you would like to help us feed, do what all the critics of the church think we don't do. And by the church, I mean capital T, capital C. Like they think Christians do nothing for the poor. Just so you know, when you watch, check the news, and when you give here, you are a part of we're the largest sponsor of Feed the Children, Feed the Hungry. We feed 5,000 kids every day. And so if you want to be a part of that, we're going to send you a T-shirt. It's the Mom Donnie Cuomo T-shirt. And if you are a partner, if you decide to partner with us and give monthly, we've got 15,000. Good job, Shanette. Son's getting baptized tonight. 15,000 partners, and we're looking for that to grow. If you'd like to join this family and do a lot of good in the world, I'm going to send you an extra T-shirt once you mark it as recurring giving, me and Adalis. So if you want to become a partner, here's the QR code. And then for everybody that would like to give you a second on the QR code, revivaltoday.com. You click Give Now. You can also partner. Everything's on Revival Today, Give Now. If you're international, Zelle, Venmo, PayPal, hashtag donate on Facebook, Apple Pay. Scanning that QR code, you can give crypto. You can text GIVE to 75767. And then if you want to mail a check, Revival Today, P.O. Box 7, Prosperity, Pennsylvania, 15329. Stocks and bonds with that QR code, or you can donate the stocks directly without cashing them out and having to pay capital gains tax. If you would like to make a will that holds up in all 50 states for free, costs $1,000 or more to do it otherwise. We made this available for Christians, and you can also select Revival Today as somebody that you're going to leave assets to after you head off to heaven. I would love to have you tonight in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. I would love to have you tomorrow night at a night of healing in Texas, Fort Worth, Watauga specifically, 6:30 p.m. at 7200 Denton Highway. It's going to be great. And then one of our 4 churches this weekend. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Arizona. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., that's Saturday, Los Angeles. Sunday, 9 a.m., Fort Worth. I'll see you in Texas. Adalis will be with you at 8 and 10 in Pittsburgh.
It's a golf movie. Charlie hated golf, but he and I disagreed on that. But there's this moment where he's talking about that. What's that?
You a rom-com guy?
Team, setting everything up here. For myself, everybody from Revival Today, we love you. See you tonight, 7 o'clock, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 Steam Cleaning System, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
This time on Law and Border, we'll ride with ICE in Houston, Texas, Indianapolis, and Gary, Indiana. Starting out in Houston, Texas, Ben and the team roll out early to catch the worst of the worst in what's known as targeted enforcement operations.
That's a huge number, in my opinion, of crimes that we prevented.
And we'll go from the streets to the detention facilities and ask the same question. Why are the Democrats so opposed to us deporting these illegal aliens?
About 60% of the folks in this facility right now have criminal convictions.
Then we'll visit a neighborhood right outside of Houston, Texas, that was believed to have been built for the sole purpose of harboring illegal immigrants.
Yeah, definitely sensing a trend.
From Houston, Texas, we head to Indianapolis, Indiana, to show how every city in America has now become a border city since the Democrats betrayed our nation, incentivized illegals, opened up the floodgates, and allowed us all to be overrun. And for a little icing on the cake, we'll end at a deportation flight that's leaving out of Gary, Indiana. And as usual, the left continues to attack ICE, Border Patrol, and anyone else who is standing up for America and her sovereignty. So stick around for an episode of Law and Border that you don't want to miss.
Well, it was night, and now it's day. Ben Berkman with his camera. Truth coming through. Heads up.
Welcome to Law and Border, where we go to the front line to expose the truth about the real attack on America.
This is an invasion. This is an invasion.
You're watching Law and Border with Ben Bergquam. In the crisp early morning hours, we link up with Director Brett Bradford from the Houston ICE Field Office to take part in their targeted enforcement operations.
it's kind of a scary feeling in that so many folks came in, you really don't know who all came into the country and who all we have now to go find and apprehend and remove. Houston is staffed at number 13, so we're kind of right dead square in the middle. Yet in almost every performance metric, we perform in the top 5. We're third in the country as far as detention population, so our capacity as far as detained population is about 4,500. So we're the third largest field office as far as that goes. So our folks, I like to say they definitely produce. If you look per employee at our stats, we're right at the top of the list. Every field office. Our arrest numbers are, I think last time I looked, we're about number 4 in the nation for arrests. And I think it was either 3 or 4 for removal since the inauguration, since January 20th.
This is something that's, I think, when I heard this riding with some of the others, I couldn't believe it. I don't think the American people could believe it, that you can't physically even go into their home to get these guys unless they invite you in. You could even, just talk to us a little bit about that.
Correct. That's one of the challenges with the administrative warrant versus the criminal warrant is that we have to have consent to enter the house as it stands right now. So it makes it much more challenging to try and get them. Even if we know they're in the house, we can't enter the house. Whereas many times you can do that with a criminal warrant. So our officers have to be a little more creative in figuring out ways to locate these subjects and be able to apprehend them. And one of the ways, like I said, that works very well for us is catching them in transition. I mean, most all of them eventually have to go to work. They have to leave the house at some point. So we spend a little time and try and pattern their behaviors a little bit, and then sit and wait for them to actually leave the residence and catch them maybe a block down the road, box them in, catch them in their vehicle, so they're less likely to have weapons and other things readily available to them. It seems to be a safer and more effective way for us to make the arrest right now, and the way that's worked best for us for the most part. And with the pace we're working at right now, we're not able to do that on every case as much as we would like because of the sheer numbers and sheer volume that we're going after. So, that's the balance you try to strike. And with our more egregious criminals, the ones that are more high-value targets, we'll spend a little more time researching those to make sure we've got all our information, all our ducks in a row, so to speak, to make sure we get those folks. And maybe some of those that are lower-level criminals or are not quite as high value, maybe we'll spend a little less time and just go to the residence and do some of the more simple actions. It's all a balance, value versus time you spend with the case.
What are some of the guys we're dealing with and what potential dangers that put you guys in?
We've got the whole gamut. I would say last week when we were doing our surge operation, we had a few folks that were convicted of homicide. You're going to have a lot of assaults, DUIs. It's the whole gamut. I mean, you've got to be concerned about everyone. A lot of these folks, even if they don't have a criminal history that we're aware of, if they're in this country illegally, we've never encountered them before, and you don't really know who they are. You don't know what kind of criminal history they might have in the country that they came from. So I think you need to be prepared for anything on every case you're going after, even if it's a non-criminal. You don't know for sure that they haven't been engaged in some kind of criminal activity in their countries. Everything we do is targeted. So we are never just going into an area and just kind of roaming around and seeing who we find and looking for brown-skinned individuals or anything like that. Every time we leave the office, it's a targeted enforcement operation. We know our targets before we ever leave the building. We've done database checks. We've done open source social media checks. We've done sometimes surveillance days before. So we've done a lot of work and many man-hours of work leading up to the actual arrest itself. So we know exactly who we're going after.
He has a deportation order from 8/27/2018. He's a gang member, self-admitted, of the South Park Mexicans and also of the Knights Templar cartel. Conviction for possession of marijuana. He did 90 days probation. And then he has a theft conviction, which he got 90 days confinement.
So that's the house we're looking at. White truck driveway right there.
But I believe last year we had about 10,000 administrative arrests for the Houston field office. About 90% of those were criminal. We had approximately 15,000 removals just for the Houston field office last year. Of those, about 60% were criminal. So if you think about all the criminals that we, again, not only took off the streets, but took out of our communities as a whole, think about how many crimes you prevented. You know, it's a stat you can't measure because it didn't happen. But how many kids didn't get victimized? How many people didn't get murdered? How many sexual assaults didn't occur because of all of that work and all of those criminals that we took out of the country. I mean, if you think about the removals, 60% of 15,000, you're talking about 8,000 to 9,000 criminals that we got out of our communities and out of this country entirely last year alone. That's a huge number, in my opinion, of crimes that we prevented. That's where the reward comes in, and that never gets old.
That looks like the target. Yeah. He has a backpack on. It looks like the target from a distance. He's just standing there right now. There we go. Someone's getting to the truck right now. As soon as he pulls out, we'll just take him down.
And as the target gets in his truck, our ICE ERO officers make their move.
Lock him up.
It's a successful arrest, and one more criminal illegal alien in custody without an incident.
We want to explain to you in 2 minutes what's going on.
Yeah, we'll let you make a phone call. You know what's going on, right? You have a warrant. Okay. And you'll be going to the Montgomery processing center. Okay, in Conroe. We'll let you make a phone call and tell your wife what's going on, but right now, you have to move your truck. Okay, there she is. That your wife? Okay, we'll let her know what's going on.
Hey, you got an ID? It's in the backpack. Can I get it?
No, we'll get it. We'll get it for you.
We never receive a warrant.
No, they won't.
The worst part about all of these scenarios is the case in point right here. As the wife of this criminal illegal sits on the phone with her legal advisor, she tries to make demands of the officers. But the organizations that are aiding and abetting these illegals are part of what's known as a rapid response network. But don't you worry. Once we have all of their clients off the street, they too will be dismantled and prosecuted.
So today, I just got the report in. We have a total of 33 teams operating in the field today, 155 law enforcement officers on those teams.
To all the sanctuary jurisdictions across America, talking specifically for what you guys are doing, give me your best argument on why that's stupid and why they should be working with you.
Well, because I think, as I mentioned earlier, you do a disservice to the immigrant community. If you're truly wanting to protect the immigrant community, the law-abiding immigrant community, that's not where we're asking for your partnership. We're not asking you to go into communities and snatch up these folks that are law-abiding, even though they're here illegally. Other than that, they're law-abiding folks. What we're asking for, cooperation across the board, generally speaking, is in the jails. We want those folks who are not only in this country illegally, but have gone on to further commit crimes in the United States that are in custody. When they finish their criminal sentences, transfer custody to us. We can take them in a safe environment. It saves us many, many man hours of trying to do research and locate them, and it gives us a safe environment to take custody. I cannot understand why there isn't broad support for turning criminals over to us. In these sanctuary jurisdictions, instead, they're releasing them in the community where they will further victimize the immigrant community. That's where they commit their crimes for the most part, because they know a lot of that community is afraid to report crimes. So they go back into the immigrant community and they victimize the immigrant community. So that's why I say these sanctuary jurisdictions are really doing a disservice to the immigrant community as a whole, and they're protecting the criminals. That doesn't make any sense to me.
When we get back, we'll take you where the illegals receive their due process at the Montgomery ICE Detention Facility.
About 60% of the folks in this facility right now have criminal convictions.
Come along and join us as Law and Border is the first news outlet to be given approval to go live from inside the facility. Then we'll visit a neighborhood right outside of Houston, Texas, that was believed to have been built for the sole purpose of harboring illegal immigrants.
Yeah, definitely sensing a trend.
To keep up to date with Ben as he travels to expose the truth about the Democrat destruction of America, follow him on social media at Ben Bergquam and check out his website, frontlineamerica.com.
Sometimes business travel takes you to Chicago, Amsterdam, Los Angeles, New Delhi, Tel Aviv, or Tokyo. And sometimes to Count of Air. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a Limo. Any car, anywhere.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast and so convenient. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires on a single charge. It has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free, and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718, or go to getbullseyepro.com.
This episode of Law and Border is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com. Use promo code RAV for free activation today, only at PatriotMobile.com. We rejoin Goliad County Sheriff Roy Boyd. Sheriff Boyd was one of the law enforcement agents that was on the front lines during Joe Biden's border invasion.
Talk to me about Goliad County pre-President Trump, Joe Biden to post-President Trump, what it looked like then, what it looks like now.
Well, it was night, and now it's day, is pretty much what it is. So under President Biden, what we had a free-for-all where the cartels were coming through with their contractors and subcontractors and bringing hundreds of thousands of people through our jurisdiction every single year. And so the smugglers were coming up, they were trespassing on property, they were driving through gates, they were hauling illegal aliens, they were hauling loads of dope, and they just were all over the place. At one point, we were in pursuits with smuggling organizations anywhere from 3 to 5 times a week. We no longer have that problem. Now our target is to go after organized crime that has cemented itself within our jurisdictions for our task force that we formed as a result of the Biden administration's open border policy.
From Sheriff Boyd, Ben and the team head to the Montgomery ICE Processing Center.
Just to give you a perspective, under Joe Biden, we weren't allowed into any of these facilities. They didn't want us to see it. Alternatively, NGOs were invited in while they wouldn't even let media in, real media, to show what was actually happening. And so for us to be able to come here and highlight the truth, both expose the lies that the left and the activists and the media are telling and show the truth of what's actually happening under the Trump administration. It says, Sheriff Roy Boyd, it's night and day. You know, it's the exact opposite of what you hear. How many detainees do you have right now?
1141 current.
Oh, right there, okay.
This door we're going to go in over here is for the ICE processing area. So the bus will come in here and unload everybody. So all the bodies that we arrest will come here for initial processing. This ICE processing area you're going to see here is where we do the ICE processing. At that point, they may or may not be booked into this facility. So just because they get processed by ICE here doesn't mean they go into this facility. And that's why you just went through GEO's intake. But again, this is where all the detainees are brought in once they're apprehended. We've got holding cells where we'll keep them while we're processing through the initial ICE processing to determine what we're going to do with the case. They may be housed here, they may move to another facility, or be released. It all depends on the circumstances of the case as we process them.
Could you just walk us through kind of the process, what your operations are, your objectives?
We provide high-quality medical services at Montgomery Processing Center. We have more than 80 medical professionals. Upon arrival, the patients are screened for tuberculosis. We also screen them for any acute or chronic conditions. Those that have any chronic conditions, we refer them to an advanced practice provider. All the patients that report being healthy, they still get a physical assessment within 14 days of arrival. And we pretty much...
This is Randy Tate. He's the facility administrator for the Montgomery ICE Processing Center.
And how many bunks per room, is it different? Are they all standard?
Each zone is different, and it's originally designed to meet the ACA standards, which we meet, and it's also designed to meet the female standards as well. So Zone 1, we house females, and the ratio for toilets and showers is a little different for them. But each zone has a different capacity. Zone 3 is high-level detainees, and the capacity is 90 in each of those dorms.
I'm out here with Brett Bradford, the Houston ICE Field Office Director. We were out on operations yesterday. They've been working nonstop since President Trump took office. We're actually doing the first live interview at this facility. This is the Montgomery
Processing Facility.
So this is Real America's Voice News' first live interview out here. If you can just tell us better from your words than from mine, talk to us about the numbers we're seeing right now. I know you had a big operation last week, and the numbers of folks that were out here. We're actually out on this nice synthetic grass field that all the inmates get to stay at.
Sure, we had a nice surge operation last week. We had 422 total arrests in the field office. This facility you're at today is our Montgomery Processing Facility. This is where all of the arrests made in the Houston field office, this is where they come to be processed. Not only the ICE processing, but then they can also be processed and detained here at this facility. The capacity here is a little over 1,400, and as of May 12th, I believe we have about 1,200 detainees in here right now. 10% of those are female, the rest are male, so we do house male and female here, all criminal levels, and about 60% of the folks in this facility right now have criminal convictions in addition to being in the country illegally.
And just to clarify, when you look at some of the reporting that's going on nationally about your operations, your work, the great work you guys do, are there any misconceptions that you want to get out there? I know we toured the medical facility, you've got a law library, what your objectives are in your operations?
Well, there's two things I would mention. Number one is we're not doing raids and sweeps. You'll see a lot of information out there about us raiding neighborhoods or sweeping neighborhoods. That's not how we operate. We do targeted enforcement. So before we ever go out to arrest anybody, we've done research, we've done database checks. We know who we're going after before we ever leave the office. Now, do we encounter other folks in the pursuit of that one target? Sure, and those are collateral arrests that we may make. Other individuals that are in the vehicle or in the residence with that individual will be identified, and if they're in the country illegally, they are subject to removal. But we're not just sweeping areas and looking for folks. We're going after specific individuals. The other thing in these facilities, I think you'll see when you do the tour today, these detainees are treated well. They're not mistreated. They get great medical care, dental care, food, nutrition, recreation. Everything is provided for them in this facility. So nobody's being mistreated. The purpose of our detention is not punitive in nature. It's for the purposes of removal. So we're holding them just long enough to effect their removal from the United States.
And you were saying the average right now is about 27 days that they're here before they're removed?
Yes, sir, about 27 days on average.
From the ICE Processing Center, we head down to a community known as Plum Grove that sits right outside of Houston, Texas, and is a community that has reportedly been built specifically to cater to illegal aliens.
I've been coming down here for a while, and I just got this brilliant idea. Why don't I just go start asking people if they've heard of this place being developed for illegal aliens? So this is the community of Plum Grove, Colony Ridge, Cleveland, Texas, kind of all mixed together. Best way to describe it is it feels like a foreign country. How you doing? Hey, I'm doing a story. I'm with the media. I'd heard that this community was developed for illegal aliens, and I wasn't sure if you knew anything about that. Oh, no English? Okay. Gracias. Good morning. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm with the media. I had been told that it was developed specifically for illegal aliens. Are you familiar with that at all? Oh, ¿habla inglés? Oh, no English. Okay. Gracias. No English. Hey, I'm doing a story. I'm with the media, but I was told that this community was developed specifically for illegal aliens.
No inglés, amigo.
¿No inglés?
No.
¿De dónde son?
De México.
México, okay. Gracias.
¿Quieres tienda?
Yo soy reportero.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Gracias.
Está bien.
Nice guys. Hey, sorry to bother you. I'm with the media, and I'm doing a story on the community here. And I was told that it was developed specifically for illegal aliens, and I'm trying to figure out if you guys know anything about that. No? Habla inglés? No English. Yeah, definitely sensing a trend. Count the number of people that actually speak English. Because I figure I wouldn't get very many answers asking in English. And so far, my hypothesis was correct. Now, I can't say they're all illegal, but they don't speak English. You know, that's not like definitive. But you do notice a trend. If you've ever traveled to Mexico or any Central American country, you'll notice the houses there are developed kind of in stages. It's like as you have the budget to build, you build. So you do this extension and then you do this next extension. And sometimes it's out of the same material and sometimes it's out of new material. But you just kind of keep doing that. And you definitely get that sense here. This is a makeshift. There's not anything in the way of code enforcement going on out here. No HOAs. Hey, that's great. I mean, I kind of like that. Build whatever you want, however you want. This is also it's a labyrinth. I mean, it's a maze. Even once you get in here, figuring out your way out. If you didn't have GPS, it'd be very, very difficult. Or if you know your way around here, very easy to hide.
Well, we can definitely say one thing. It makes sense why ICE is targeting this community. And from Houston, Texas, we go to Indianapolis, Indiana to answer the question, is DACA actually a good thing?
They've denied me my...
We'll show more evidence of how every state has become a border state. And we'll show you the Law and Border exclusive access to the deportation flight out of Gary, Indiana.
That's it. There they go. I voted for that. America first.
Conservatives don't care about the environment. This couldn't be any further from the truth. The American Conservation Coalition is building the conservative environmental movement, and they're inviting you to join the mission. Scan the QR code or visit acc.eco/RAB to donate to ACC. Here's the truth. The best environmental stewards are conservative. So why does this total myth exist? Well, the environmental movement has been hijacked by radical left-wing activists who prioritize ideology over conservation and use the environment as a Trojan horse for their progressive agenda. Go visit acc.eco/RAB to help ACC take the environmental issue back. What if we believed that economic and environmental success go hand in hand? We can do it. If you care about stewarding our land and building a conservative environmental movement, I urge you to invest in ACC. Go visit acc.eco/RAB to donate now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back to Law and Border. The moon hangs low in the humid air as we link up with Indianapolis ICE enforcement, headed up by Chicago Field Office Director Sam Olson.
There's another target about 10 minutes away, still here in this area. We will target cars there, and we will arrest him when he leaves the house. We also have 2 teams in Indianapolis watching 2 different targets there.
A quiet tension fills the car as we head to our first stop. In law enforcement, you never know what you're going to encounter. Minutes later, we get word that one of the suspects is in custody. We help answer the question, is DACA a good thing?
Oh, yeah, I think we got him out. He's in here.
Yeah, so it sounds like he's in there yelling for the safe spot.
Gotcha. Roger. Roger.
I wanted to be known, but he just told me I can't come out. He got me seatbelt in. He just told me to go back to Honduras. They said that they have been stalking me this whole entire time. He also told me I don't have rights, and he also told me to go back to my country.
Are you here illegally?
I am not here illegally. I am under DACA. I'm under here. I have legal status. I pay taxes. I go to work.
When did you get here?
I got here when I was 5 years old.
How old are you?
I'm 26. I have my whole life here. I have 4 kids here.
What has prevented you from getting your legal status in that 20
I'm
years?
currently working within my legal status. My legal status, I have updated my application and I'm waiting for my legal status to change.
Have you committed any crimes?
I have some cases pending, but I am due for due process.
Well, guess what, buddy? You're about to get it.
I've done nothing. They pulled me over for nothing, and then they told me who I was. How do you know? They said it's because of my vehicle. That vehicle is not registered under me. So they have been just following me. As he said, they said that they were stalking my house.
To anyone else who's confused, it's called surveillance, and it's what our law enforcement officers
For them to
do.
just go without any kind of actual question. And then when I asked him, hey, do you have your body cam on or anything like that? He says, yes, but I don't see a body cam on him.
I never told you about it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did, sir. Yes, you did. And you also told me to go back.
Body cam.
You also told me to go back to Honduras, did you not?
I said if the judge decides.
No. Right before you left the car.
You're going to go back.
Be a man. Right
Be
before
a man?
Yeah, right before you left that car, you said go back to Honduras.
Are you a
didn't
man?
Yeah. And I tell the truth. I don't sit here and lie under a badge. Phony
You've been very
phony badge.
uncooperative the whole time.
Uncooperative? I'm not fighting. You guys are chaining me like I'm a dog and I've done nothing. What? Say it.
You've been resistant the whole time.
Does this look resistant?
And to all those people that say DACA is a good thing, this guy might be the most arrogant illegal we've ever encountered.
Who brought you over when
The
you were 5?
entitlement is shocking from someone who's been in our country illegally for over 20 years
no idea
and then allegedly committed additional
But
crimes.
I've done everything possible to try to get legal status here. And this is just a public outreach of law enforcement. And they're not even law enforcement.
So
They're
wait,
ICE.
but back to your. So when your parents came over, you weren't sure if they came illegally or legally.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because I was 5 at the time.
Do you know now though?
I know now. My mom, who's my blood, she is under legal process, yes, of becoming a U.S. citizen. I can't, bro. And you guys stopped me for what? No, explain it to me right now while the camera's on.
Because your immigration stuff.
And how did you guys know about that?
Before immigration.
Right, but how did you guys know that I was driving that vehicle? You guys didn't. And now you're being super rough. They've denied me my...
He has a pending case for domestic battery. So that's pending right now. And the latest DACA renewal that he filed is on like a supervisory hold pending that criminal case. So at the time, his DACA status has expired. Yeah. So they're probably not going to approve it until the outcome of the criminal case. So today's new leadership, we're going to bring him in, just give him an NTA, let the immigration courts figure out.
Yeah, he's got a pending charge of domestic battery on it. At some point in the past he had DACA, but now there's a hold on that, so he'll be set up to see an immigration judge. So this is one of those cases he's not going to get brought in, right? We're just not going to remove him today. He's going to go through that whole process.
Okay, anybody else can produce their badge number? No?
And from one to another, we get word that another illegal has been apprehended, along with what's known this time as a collateral.
That they said were U.S. citizens. There's potentially at least one that may not be. They call it collateral. So this is going after one target, happen to find others that are here illegally as well, pick them up.
The two in the van, since the van appears to be registered to the target, and the people in it claimed, it sounded like they might have claimed to be U.S. citizens, but we're going to go and just further talk to them. I think we have some new technology on here that we can actually see if they've been encountered by immigration before, based upon some biometrics. So we'll try to check that avenue.
So say that again. So we have a van of the target van, but we have two individuals that they're not the van owner, claiming to be U.S. citizens, but that may not be the case.
Right, exactly. And I'm not sure if they both claim that or what the claim was, but
I mean, people wouldn't lie, would they?
Right. It does happen with us, and again, like if we have that reasonable suspicion that they might be here illegally, we're going to try to investigate that as much as we can. At this point, when somebody claims that, right, we got to figure it out, especially when they're driving our target's van from the target house.
Saying the target doesn't live there.
Right. So they just ran the checks, and he must be arrestable. So he's a collateral. So we're going to arrest him now. What about the driver? Open the door.
first, the information we got that the driver was a U.S. citizen, and we thought both were. But then when we asked for identification from the passenger, he gave us a Mexican ID issued for Mexico. So knowing that he had that, then further questioning, and then through additional investigation, we found he was actually deported 3 times from the U.S., all within the past 3 years, I believe. So it was a good catch, and that's why, again, he wasn't our target, but it was in a vehicle that was registered to one of our targets, and so we're going to kind of continue to do police work, and if we encounter somebody who's here illegally, we're going to arrest him. In this case, it was somebody who, again, could be charged criminally for that, because he did re-enter after being deported. I'm not sure which route we'll go on that case, but again, we definitely have that option. Door 3 is opening.
All right. Here we go.
Don't go anywhere as the battle to secure our country continues with more targeted enforcement operations and more arrests.
Most of these are going to be arrests.
And then we'll finish as the illegals are loaded onto a deportation flight in Gary, Indiana. Some will be set for removal, while others continue their due process at a different location. What a difference a year makes. Thank God for President Trump, and thank God for ICE.
Want to come to America? Come in legally.
And be sure to stick around after the show as we celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps with our very own patriotic entertainer, Dave Bray, USA.
We are proud to claim the title of United States Marine.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. It makes veggies grow moldy, turns fruit into a slimy mess, and can even ruin dry goods too. With inflation on the rise, you can't afford to throw food away. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Look, food stored in a normal container doesn't last long. Just days later, it's already starting to turn. RoboSeal solves the problem by creating a vacuum seal. No air, no chance for spoiling. Even weeks later, it still looks and smells like the day you bought it. Here's how it works. Simply fill any mason jar, place the lid, attach RoboSeal, and just press the button. The secret is the powerful motor that quickly sucks out all the air, creating a sealed chamber where food stays fresh and no mold can grow. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, peaches, pears, and more. Preserve juicy jellies, jams, and marmalades. Store perfect pickles or your favorite olives. And prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. You can even use it with large mason jars and store cereal, cookies, and other dry goods. That's right, whether big or small, RoboSeal can seal them all. A century ago, every cellar was filled with cans and jars, but that took hours of toiling and boiling. This is the future. Now there's a robot for that. It's called RoboSeal, and it does all the hard work for you. Act now to get RoboSeal and start sealing and saving today. It's yours for the special introductory price of just $29.99, and it ships fast and free from right here in the USA. But wait, act now and you can get a second one for 50% off. Don't delay. Order yours today.
Call 1-800-788-1952. That's 1-800-788-1952. Or go online to buyroboseal.com. That's 1-800-788-1952. Or go to buyroboseal.com.
This episode of Law and Border is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com. Use promo code RAV for free activation today, only at PatriotMobile.com. Welcome back to Law and Border. Let's catch up with Ben and Indianapolis ICE as they pull over another suspected illegal target.
What's your name? Policía, ¿cuál es su nombre? Suarez Velasco? Sí. Okay. Somos agentes federales de inmigración. Tengo un orden de arrestado por usted. ¿Entiende?
Ok. Somos Francis Federal de Comunicación. Usted está aquí legalmente. Tengo una orden de arrestado por usted. Usted tiene el derecho a un abogado. Usted tiene el derecho a contactar su consulado. ¿Entiende? Extra. Un momento.
So right now we ran her, and it looks like she was encountered by immigration before, but we don't know exactly what for, so we're going to try to do some additional checks. But the male we arrested was the target.
It does look like she's.
Usted tiene el derecho a un abogado. Usted tiene el derecho
So
a.
second collateral of the day.
Correct. Yep.
¿Entiende? César. César. There's a Christian Jack. In your car. Bye.
Can I ask you real quick, sir, what you asked her? Are you able to say that or not?
Which part?
Where she's from, kind of the background.
I just asked her name, where she's from, if she has any documents for the United States.
And she's from Mexico?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Following the apprehensions, the Law and Border team heads into the Indianapolis ICE Processing Center and is granted exclusive behind-the-scenes access. It's amazing to think that this is mostly from one day of operations, but even scarier when you consider that it's just a drop in the bucket compared to the number of illegals that are in this community and every community across America.
We try to bring everybody here, and then if they have to go to a different detention facility, then they'll go there, or some people will come in here to be ready for removal. Like if we send them to, up north of Chicago for removal or over to Kansas City. So that might happen as well, but most of these are going to be arrests that happen today.
I wasn't expecting this many people.
And here's our DACA friend again, who appears to have been educated in the school of leftist activism.
Right now we have 4 processing stations here, and that's it, right? And so when you have a large number like this can be, we're stuck bottlenecks because all this has to happen, right? This isn't just something we're arresting and then sending them right back, to their country. That's they go through this administrative process and book in all of those things where we're asking medical questions, everything as they go through the process. That's why I think it's just, it's not right to say that, we're not going through any type of due process, because that's just not the case, on these cases. So, but that's what we're hoping for too. Other places, we're trying to start to do a lot of processing for vehicles, processing in other locations, just because we're limited, on some space. But the nice thing is that resources have been coming in. So a lot of the stuff we've asked for, we've gotten, which historically hasn't been the case. So, that's helping these guys to get the job done.
And from a bed space standpoint, I guess this wouldn't be considered much bed space, but is this the only location, or where would these guys typically go? Would they go straight from here to another holding facility?
They would go to a different facility, yeah. We contract with some counties to house, and there's other facilities kind of throughout the country where we go. This is just like a daytime holding area until we can find an additional bed.
Gotcha. Do you know what the capacity is for this area?
For our AOR, the whole 6 states, right, it varies, right? We're trying to increase that, but I think we're kind of the highest that we've ever been, even nationwide right now, just for people in custody. And so, it changes so much. I think right now that we've been, a lot of our partners that help us, contract for detention are working well with us, to kind of house the detainees, but then it's on us then too to try to make sure that the process is going, that we're getting people through the court system and everything else, so we can remove her and free up more beds, because essentially it's a one in, one out at this time. We're arresting somebody, once they remove them, there's somebody else ready to do it. Because as you can see, our officers are out every day making arrests 7 days. So everyone we arrest, we go to bed for them.
That's never an issue where you have too many people, you don't have beds, you got to release, or is it not an issue yet?
It gets complicated, like logistically, but right now everybody we're saying, we're not turning anybody away. We're trying to arrest them all, and we figured out by making removals quicker, all of these things. So it's a challenge, like logistically, like we might have to arrest somebody here today, and they might be moved somewhere across the country tomorrow, just from where their bed is. But that's the nice part of having a nationwide detention network that we do.
So there you go, guys. It's the entitlement on top of that. That's so frustrating.
Up next, it's the moment we've all been waiting for, watching ICE Airlines go wheels up as another round of illegals is set for deportation.
You want to come to America? Come in legally.
And a sigh of relief as our nation finally begins the healing process after the 4-year invasion that AutoPen Joe and the Democrats allowed under their administration.
That's it. There they go. I voted for that. America first.
And be sure to stick around after the show as we celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps with our very own patriotic entertainer, Dave Bray, USA.
We are proud to claim the title of United States Marine.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 super hot steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back to Law and Border.
All right, guys, so we're here at Gary, Indiana, Gary Airport. We were out on ICE operations yesterday in Indianapolis. This is the location where the flights come in. This is like the domestic flights, regional flights. They'll pick up the illegals. They'll bring them down from the main headquarters where they've been housing them. They've got final orders of removal. They'll come to an airport like this. So we've been invited to come down here and actually join in to see how that process goes. We're going to see the illegals being brought in. We're told it's about 60 today just here, and not including the ones they're going to be picking up along the way. Vans should be arriving any minute, and we'll be jumping in to see the process. Come with us. So here we go.
We're here in Gary, Indiana, which is just right by Chicago, and we have essentially a removal flight. So we have, our 6 states. We have a detention network within our 6 states that we cover. And so when somebody has an order of removal, even an order removed by a judge or another means, and have a travel document if necessary for their country, we stage them up. They get on a flight, and then they'll go back to where they're from. This flight is not a charter flight, so it's not going to go back directly to one of their home countries. It'll stage down in the southern U.S., and depending on where they're from, they'll either get pushed on another flight with other nationals of the same country directly to where they're from, or if they're from Mexico, then they'll be sent via land to a land border. This is the first stop of the flight today, and I think it looks like the number increased a little bit, so we're probably in the 70s here. And then after this, it'll stop in Kansas City, where another group will get on, and so it'll be a full flight going south. That's when they'll be, kind of put in different, groups with nationalities to further, get removed.
A lot of logistical moving parts here.
So yeah, it's a lot of work put in.
Thank you, sir.
Ice there, baby. God bless ice.
The thing that gets me is they intentionally allowed this to happen, spent millions of our tax dollars to do it. Now looking at the resource, I'm just looking at the number of people it takes, the manpower, the money, the time for these removals. It's hard to quantify what we're talking about when we talk about the scale of the operation that needs to happen to secure our country again.
Right, it's a big task, and the good thing is our officers are ready for it, but as like what's going on here, this is going on at many other airports throughout the country, right? Ours is just one AOR that has these flights, right? There's flights going every day to a lot of states picking up people that are ready to be removed from the U.S. Wow. There's 2 to 4 flights a week, and those flights will be increasing. I mean, as we continue down the enforcement side, like the back end of it, when we do get the removal order, we have to have these flights out. But even in addition to flights, we're running ground transport, meeting up with other AORs down to the southern border as well, for the Mexican population that we have that's removable. So we're also conducting land removals too, in addition to these flights.
But if people want to apply.
Right, if people want to apply, USA Jobs.
Going up onto the plane. Any final messages?
Buena. Le toca reír. Vamos para Colombia.
Hasta luego, huh?
Vamos para Colombia.
Anyone want to say anything? Habla inglés? Want to say anything?
No.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you think about ICE?
I think there's a reason why we have borders. Every country has a right to decide who comes in and who doesn't. And I support legal immigration. It's got to come through the front door. It's like when I have a house, and I decide who comes into my house. If somebody climbs in my back window, I decide if they leave. I kind of look at it the same way. What do you think?
So when white people go to Mexico, Mexicans cannot do the same thing they are doing.
I don't know anyone that broke into Mexico. If you go illegally into Mexico, they'll deport you.
In America, everyone gets due process, and this man will have his case decided by a judge. If it's determined that he does not have cause to be here, he will be removed.
Where are you from?
Nicaragua.
Nicaragua?
Yeah.
When did you come here?
4 years.
4 years?
Yeah.
Did you come? You came illegally? How did you get here?
I don't know.
Anyone else?
I don't know.
Habla inglés?
No.
Only when they say I f***ed up.
Are you f***ed up?
Yeah, I f***ed up.
Oh, it is. Why?
Because I take me in the jail for 12 months. I never give the medical attention in my eyes. I got my eyes really fucked up.
We talked about this, but we got to go up on the plane. Noticed a lot of empty seats, but they're going to be picking more up and filling that up as we go.
Right. Yep. This is the first loop that we have on the flight. So after the flight leaves here, it's going to stop in Kansas City, and I think there's 60 or 70 that they'll pick up there, and then it'll stop again in Louisiana, pick up a few more, and then the final stop will be in, I think it's Harlingen, will be the final stop of this plane. So, and then it'll be removed. But some of the aircraft that we have, it looks like this one is probably seats 135, so anywhere between like 120 and 160 seats on each plane. And again, we try to have those full on every flight because now like we have our detention capacity is pretty high, and so we have a lot of people that are ready to go out. So we make sure that we're sending full flights, so to make sure that we're using our resources efficiently.
Awesome. I voted for that.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Bray, USA here, patriotic entertainer, the voice of law and border, but I'm also a United States Navy and Marine Corps veteran. This year, for the 250th anniversary of our beloved Corps, I released a brand new rendition of the Marines hymn that I know that you are going to love. So get ready to turn up the volume for the rock and roll rendition of the Marines hymn by Dave Bray, USA. If you want to support my music on a mission, go to DaveBrayUSA.com and pick up one of these shirts for your favorite Marine today. Semper Fi, and happy birthday, United States Marine Corps. Hoorah!
This song goes out to the men and women who exemplify the meanings of the words honor, courage, and commitment. They are the few. They are the proud. They are the United States Marines. So Semper Fi, my brothers and sisters. Semper Fi. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we will fight our country's battles in the air, on land and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marine. Whoa! Unfurled to every breeze, from dawn to setting sun. We have fought in every climate place where we could take a gun. In the snow or far up northern lands, or in sunny tropic seas, you will find us always on the job. We're United States Marines. Whoa! We are proud to serve. Many a strife we fought for life and never lost our nerve. If the Army and the Navy ever looked on heaven's scenes, they would find the streets are guarded by United States Marines. Whoa!
If you love that one as much as we do me a favor, take your phone, click that QR code, download the song, send it to your friends and family, and buy some of the merchandise on that website. Let Dave Bray know that you love him, you love America. God bless you guys. We'll see you on the next one.
Next time on Law and Border.
Seeing if there's any protesters. We got a few out here. Let's go see if we can talk to them.
We'll investigate the enemies within that are protecting and obstructing ICE in their operations.
Are you trying to block him from coming over here?
And we'll confront the Reverend Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Push Coalition for their hypocrisy as they march for illegal aliens who disproportionately affect low-income black communities.
That's not true. It is true. They take jobs.
And as the left continues to melt down across America, we begin the celebration in Washington, D.C. for our 250th anniversary as a nation, contrasting the haters of the nation with the lovers of liberty.
Hi, baby.
Happy birthday. We love you, Trump.
And we'll continue our journey back across America to show you the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol as they fight to save this nation from those who are trying their best to destroy it.
Attacking police, attacking ICE, protecting criminal illegal aliens. It's got to stop. It's got to stop.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. It makes veggies grow moldy, turns fruit into a slimy mess, and can even ruin dry goods too. With inflation on the rise, you can't afford to throw food away. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Look, food stored in a normal container doesn't last long. Just days later, it's already starting to turn. RoboSeal solves the problem by creating a vacuum seal. No air, no chance for spoiling. Even weeks later, it still looks and smells like the day you bought it. Here's how it works. Simply fill any mason jar, place the lid, attach RoboSeal, and just press the button. The secret is the powerful motor that quickly sucks out all the air, creating a sealed chamber where food stays fresh and no mold can grow. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, peaches, pears, and more. Preserve juicy jellies, jams, and marmalades. Store perfect pickles or your favorite olives. And prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. You can even use it with large mason jars and store cereal, cookies, and other dry goods. That's right, whether big or small, RoboSeal can seal them all. A century ago, every cellar was filled with cans and jars, but that took hours of toiling and boiling. This is the future. Now there's a robot for that. It's called RoboSeal, and it does all the hard work for you. Act now to get RoboSeal and start sealing and saving today. It's yours for the special introductory price of just $29.99, and it ships fast and free from right here in the USA. But wait, act now and you can get a second one for 50% off. Don't delay. Order yours today.
Call 1-800-788-1952. That's 1-800-788-1952, or go online to buyroboseal.com. That's 1-800-788-1952, or go to buyroboseal.com.
Right now, as God is my witness, if we lose the midterms and we lose 2028, some in this room are going to prison, myself included. They're not going to stop. They are getting more and more and more radical. And we have to counter that. And what do we have to counter it with? We have to counter it with more action, more intense action, more urgency. We're burning daylight. If you look across every aspect of this, we have to codify what President Trump has done by executive order, right? We have to codify it. And people say, well, they're just going to be messing bills going to pass Senate. We got to put aside these structural barriers and get on with it. President Trump today gave to the Senate when they came over for breakfast, even Lindsey Graham, some of the guys he liked, and some of these institutions, I understand. This is a very tough decision to make. And you're going to see some people in the conservative movement that not in a million years, because I talked to him today, quite frankly, I had Hawley on the show this morning, Josh Hawley, and he's talking about it, and I'm trying to play the institution. Well, they called me up this afternoon and said, let's go through the 10 reasons we need to do it. And these are heavy hitters on what I would call the constitutional, the limited government constitutionalist in our movement. And they're about to come out over the next couple of days and make this argument because it said, look, we have to understand that if we don't take this to the maximum, a maximalist strategy now with a sense of urgency, and in doing this, seize the institutions, if we don't do that now, we're going to lose this chance forever because you're never going to have another Trump, right?
I will be your shield in the fiercest battle. I'll defend you from all these arrows, and the sword I wield will keep you from danger. Let me be your shield.
Royce White is speaking truth to power.
We will not give up a single right guaranteed under the Constitution.
You know I'm always going to talk about the real things. Okay. Free the Uyghurs.
If I'm going to die, I'll die now, right here fighting you. Let me be your shield, let me be your shield.
What's wrong in this country is our sense of American citizenship is lost. It's lost in convenience. Convenience will be the death of freedom. This is my show. And on my show, I control the conversation. Welcome back to the Royce White Show. I'm your host, Royce White, here in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. You're watching Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. And you got to hear the words of the great Steve Bannon and take them as serious as you possibly can. I was on Real America's Voice's morning show the other day, and I was asked a question about the filibuster. And it's an interesting question because I think fundamentally we have to consider two scenarios. In one scenario, we don't do what we have to do in order to keep, the Senate and the House in 2026 and then go on to, God forbid, lose the presidency in 2028. And then the filibuster becomes essential. But if we're, like Steve just alluded to and mentioned, if we're going to go pedal to the metal right now, full steam ahead, we have to make sure we win. And this is even more the brass tack and fundamental about what Steve is saying, just how important it is to win right now. If we're going to crush our opponent, then let's just do it. We don't need a song and dance. We don't need a celebration. We don't need some build up a pep rally. Let's just go. Let's just go. And it may in fact happen. And I'm in favor of it. And I'll talk about that in a moment. But if we the reason we have to win, and like I say in my intro for Please Call Me Crazy, and you should watch last night's. I ran the debate between Phyllis Schlafly and William Buckley Jr. on the Panama Canal from so many years ago, and she really, and when you listen to the debate, Phyllis Schlafly is like the godmother of MAGA, really. I mean, she's just laying it out, and William Buckley's having trouble keeping a lid on her. She's a firecracker, bright spot in the woman history of American politics and this country. This country and the MAGA movement and where we are today. But in my intro, I say, if we don't, I can't guarantee you we win, but I can guarantee you if we lose, we will die. And I reiterate that here today. I can't guarantee that we win, but I can guarantee if we lose, some people will go to prison wrongfully, unjustly, and some people will die in the cover of darkness. That is almost a certainty, almost a certainty. So what makes it even, important that we win, even more so than that, is if we lose and we strip some of the institutional, some of the legacy of the institutions as they were, we can never bring them back with credibility, like the filibuster, for example. I mean, it's kind of a dangerous game to play in some respects, but we're in dangerous times. So all the easy answers are behind us. All the easy questions, all the easy answers are behind us. Everything going forward is going to be tough, and that's what we chose. That's it. We have to be responsible for that. That's our duty. That's our sacred honor to deal with the tough choices of where we've brought this country to the place that we've brought this country to. But if we do it, if we go, we can never bring back certain legacy institutions, or let's say they will be forever undermined in their integrity and in our credibility. So if we're going to nuke the filibuster and we're saying we're going to go right now, then let's go. If not, don't even play around with it. Don't play around with it, because we may need the filibuster. And part of the reason why I'm running for United States Senate, and part of what I think is valuable for politicians in general, is to be able to filibuster, to be able to stand up there and allow the American people to see exactly who the rest of their elected representatives are, exactly who the people that represent them are. That's probably one of the most fundamentally important aspects of our American political system, in my opinion. But without fair elections, without all these other things that uphold the integrity of our nation, of our citizenship, of our rights, of our Constitution, without some of those other things, I have to agree with Steve and say that the filibuster is a fugazi, especially when you see how the Senate is using it now or not using it, or how, and let's say not using it, because why would a majority Republican Senate, need to filibuster much anyway? But not to say that when you have partisan control that a filibuster is impossible, but we're not happy with what this United States Senate is doing, even under the control of Republicans. Slow walking through President Trump's appointments, slow walking through the agenda, calling votes that are unnecessary. John Thune, you called an unnecessary vote on the tariffs. The tariffs are working. We know the tariffs work from history. You go back to Jackson. We know that the tariffs can have a positive impact on the economy. We know that. We know that. I'm in here in Minnesota, and for the first time, gas prices are down around, $2.30, low $2 range, which is a huge improvement from just 6 months ago. So, I agree, and we need to seize the institutions. People have to understand this. And this is the problem. Traditionally, this has been the problem with the intellectual thought leadership of the conservative movement. The problem with the intellectual thought leadership, and I'm not talking about the donor class, the verticals that do lead into that intellectual thought leadership. The donors have a different motivation. The donor class, the Koch brothers and all these other guys, they have a different motivation. They see the world through a free trade globalization framework. They just want to be in control of it. They want to be in power. That's not the way of things anymore. That's not the MAGA movement and the America First movement interpretation of where this country needs to go. We detest globalization. We detest how free trade has been manipulated. We detest H-1B visas. We detest the idea of focusing on going to Mars before we secure our own borders or before we deport all the illegal immigrants that are here in our borders. We detest these things. American citizens first. It's very simple. It's not political, astrophysics. No pun intended. It's not political astrophysics. It's basic. American citizens come first. America comes first. American citizens come first. It's very simple. But the donor class of the conservative movement and the intellectual thought leadership have two different problems going on. The donor class, they're ideologically bought into what is going to benefit them. Globalism works for them. That's why the neocon rhino establishment often votes in favor of globalist policy. The intellectual thought leadership of the conservative movement's problem has been they think this is some exercise of highbrow intellectual debate. And while they tried to win a debate that lacked the spiritual foundation, the moral foundation to have any true congruence, any real premium on not having contradiction, while that took place, the Marxists and the rest of the progressives or the atheists or the Satanists in some respects took over the institutions. You lost the intellectual debate. You lost the academic intellectual debate. And part of the reason is because you were arrogant. There was an arrogance in it. And subtly, I do believe that intellectual thought leadership, echelon of the conservative movement took on a small portion of what the donor class's real motivation is. We're going to talk about, that and some other things here as we consider what it means to have to seize the institutions. Seize the institutions because we see what they did with them, and we know what they'll do with them out of revenge. They're not shy about it. They're not hiding it. So we have to become comfortable with what all of this means. You're watching The Royce White Show here on Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. I'm in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to the Royce White Show. I'm your host, Royce White, here in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. You're watching Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra, MAGA, and America First movement. Seize the institutions. It is no longer a highbrow political debate. I know everybody's having a lot of fun with it around the country because for the first time, everybody can be the star in their own movie. They have access to social media and become, a political sensation overnight in some cases. And we see it happening time and time again. And we appreciate it. I love to see it. I love to see all the people waking up to the corruption, waking up to the way of the world, the real way of the world, the way that corruption runs our politics. I love to see it. I love all the people who are content creators and contributing to the political conversation. I love that more people are involved in the conversation. I love that more people are involved in the political dialogue. More people are participating in this country's political process. All of that's great. We have to realize we're late to the game. We have to realize that our enemies already have a head start on us, and we have to be serious about that head start. It's like being in a basketball game. I liken it to being in a basketball game a lot, and some people would consider athletes, somewhat crazy, but because of our intensity. I think a lot of people, even here in Minnesota, even in the Republican Party, they are very uncomfortable with my level of intensity. And we're going to show you a clip from a recent Minnesota Republican Party BPOU meeting or BPOU candidate forum where I had to lay down some smash mouth populism. But as an athlete, let's say in a basketball game, you're down 20 points. you have to recognize the urgency of the situation. You have to change your pace in real time because that clock keeps ticking and the coach can only call so many timeouts. You have to be able to recognize the direness of the situation and change your momentum with enough runway and enough time to actually win still. And a lot of teams lose games. You'll see it. Watch the NBA this year, which, is NBA rigged? Is it not? All of that will be. I'll say this: very hard to rig a game completely. Very easy to shave points. Let's leave it at that. It's not easy to fix the outcome of a game in totality because there's just too many moving parts. But to cover a spread, that can be done with some efficiency. But watch the NBA. Take a moment, watch the NBA. I know they're super woke, pro China, pro LGBTQ, pro vaccine, pro censorship in some sense. But watch a game so you can understand what I'm talking about. There are many teams that lose games. Usually when a team loses a game, it's because they didn't have the sense of urgency and they didn't properly identify when that sense of urgency needed to change. Now, part of the problem with that in the NBA, for example, or professional sports is they're getting paid a lot of money to do it, and their pay is guaranteed. The pay is going to be the pay whether or not they win or lose. Apropos to our political situation, especially here in the Republican Party. Again, I'm going to show a clip in a moment in the next block of this candidate forum. Part of the reason why they don't change their urgency quick enough is because the pay is going to be the pay whether they win or lose. The next reason is because the season is so long, people get this sense that there's going to be time to fix things, that there's going to be a long season. And it is. I mean, a 7-month season in the NBA is super long. And I don't mean to make it about basketball, but my point is, if you've ever participated in sports, if you've ever participated in team sports, you know that a team that doesn't feel the sense of urgency is almost destined to lose. It's only by sheer luck that they win. That's what Steve is saying. We have to seize the institutions. We know who our opponent is. We know what our enemy will do. We know what they've done. We know what they're capable of. We know what they are sure to do if we don't win, if we don't take this moment to apply a maximalist strategy. We have to go full-blown MAGA now. We can't, it can't be a highbrow intellectual debate anymore. They lost the debate. A man can't become a woman. They lost the debate. And we're undermining the debate. And I'll say it again. The fact that the Republican Party, the conservative movement, the MAGA movement, the America First movement is coming back down to an argument about Israel. Hey, I get it. The MAGA movement and the conservative movement, the Republican Party, American citizenship, and our political framework should be rooted in our view of foreign policy. Because the inception of this nation was rooted in a view about foreign policy and foreign relations in some sense. So I get it. It's an argument that needs to happen. I hate to see that it's fracturing the movement. I hate to see that it's fracturing the party. But sure as the sun will rise, it is. I'm experiencing. I'm out on the trail. I can tell you firsthand, this Israel conversation is splitting the movement. And look, Laura Loomer's right in some regards in saying, this could be the reason that we lose. Tucker Carlson's right in some regards saying, hey, we still have to talk about it. We still have to address it because it is fundamental. And it is a fundamental. And it makes me sick. You guys have watched me on the show. I'm no enemy to Israel. I've supported Israel on a number of occasions. And I feel comfortable doing it and still saying I am 100% ultra MAGA and America first. Any day of the week, I would discuss the history of Israel, our current relationship with Israel, or any other, question regarding this with a person like Tucker or Nick Fuentes. No problem. I have no hesitation to do that at all. People tend to not want to talk about any of these issues with me because they know I'm airtight and I'm not really on a side. There is no side. The side is American citizens come first. Our nation comes first. Our citizens come first. That's the side. For example, the people, I do believe, I said this on my podcast the other day, I do believe the people who try to say Israel is an illegitimate nation are doing so to make the same claim about America. Some of these leftists, like Mamdani, who wave their Palestinian flags, have no real interest in the Palestinian people. They have no real remorse for the Palestinian people or real remorse for the tragedy and the loss of life that comes with war. They're willing to get us into a war when it's advantageous for them, when it fits their political agenda. When it doesn't, then all of a sudden war is bad. The Ukraine is a perfect example. They had no problem. They had no problem walking Ukraine and the rest of the European Union into a full-blown kinetic conflict with Russia. When it's Israel and Palestine, all of a sudden, oh, we feel bad for the Palestinians. What about the Ukrainian women and children? You feel bad for them? You feel bad enough, for them to try and stop that war? Or is our bloodlust and our ancient rivalry from the Commonwealth with Russia worth as many lives as we need? So you see the contradiction, but my contingency is that a lot of those people on the left don't care about the Palestinians whatsoever. They're only using the argument to say Israel is an illegitimate nation to make the same claim about America. And you can see the intellectual, you can see the intellectual thread plain as day. It's not by accident that the progressives and left would make an argument that any nation built upon stolen land or conquered land is an illegitimate nation. That would essentially mean that almost all nations are illegitimate in some sense. So we can deduce why an Alex Soros and George Soros are in favor of a Mamdani. Regardless of this third tier argument about whether or not Israel or the Palestinians are right in that conflict, the fourth tier, the next tier is an open society with no borders. If a nation is built upon stolen land, then it is by default an illegitimate nation. We're not going to let you say it about Israel. We're not going to let you say it about America. Israel's a legitimate nation. They won a war for their territory. With that being said, the broad use of the word anti-Semitism in this country right now is absolutely despicable. It's reprehensible. It's dishonest. It lacks righteousness. It lacks sacred honor. You can love Israel. You can love the Jews. You can support who you want. That's part of your right as an American citizen. Hell, you can donate to whatever causes you want. That's another part of your right as an American citizen. But you do not have the spiritual. You do not have the spiritual green light to play fast and loose with terminology that has great political significance and weight without being challenged on it. You don't have that right. That right you don't have. You can try it, but sure as the sun will rise, American citizens, blue-blooded American citizens, will challenge you. I see, there's a sharper, every Fox News, every morning, it's obnoxious, every week. The RJC event was abhorrent. Floyd Money Mayweather. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. And then the RJC says that I'm anti-Semitic because I made the claim that Israel's an ethno-national country. It's an ethno-national country. You can't just go live in Israel if you want. That's why Glenn Beck is on his show a year or so back begging the Israeli High Council for dual citizenship. I don't even know if he was begging for dual citizenship. He may have just been asking for Israeli citizenship, which is ridiculous. And I like Glenn Beck. I think he has a great beat on things, but no American citizen should be asking any other country for citizenship under any circumstances whatsoever. You don't understand the fundamental value of citizenship. There's a rise in anti-Semitism. Well, if you want to broaden the definition to anywhere or anybody you need it to be to fit your political agenda, of course there's going to be a rise in anti-Semitism. You change the definition, just like there's a rise in LGBTQ gender identification because they broaden the scope of the definition. And you think you're clever. You're not clever. I know I'm just a dumb jock Negro who grew up in the Twin Cities, who grew up in the neighborhood, but you're not that clever. We see exactly what's going on here, and we can talk about it straight up and down with no equivocations. You're watching The Royce White Show. We'll be back in a moment. Stay tuned.
find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Shield now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Hey, listen, it gets deeper. I was endorsed, and there were 6 people in the Republican Party who still endorsed my opponent in the primary. And we're going to name names. Can I name names?
Yeah. No.
Whoa, hold on.
Come on.
Wait, what? Now we can't name names. No, we're not letting it go. 6 names. 6 names. The same names that say the MAGA base is a problem. 6 names. Tim Pawlenty, Rudy Boschwitz, Norm Coleman, Michelle Benson, Paul Gazelka, Kendall Qualls.
I'm ready. That's all.
Yeah. Didn't respect the endorsement.
No, it wasn't that.
But I guarantee they will show up in May and say endorse me. They will say endorse me. I may run for governor next time. We'll see if Tom tells you.
Bring it on, brother.
Yeah. They wouldn't endorse me, even after the delegates and the officers of this party made a decision. And the problem in our party is rules for me and not for thee. That's very Democrat and liberal. And I know we don't like it. It's confrontational. We say, well, Royce was a bad candidate. Royce has too much baggage. Royce has legal problems. Royce owes child support. It's like, it's all the same things they said about President Trump. Stormy Daniels, he's got people suing him. He said grab him by in the locker room thing. And it's all the same thing. But the one thing you have to admit, and we talk political strategy, the one thing you all have to admit that's not really debatable is that for the first time in 35 years, I'm 34, born in 91. For the first time in 35 years, a Republican presidential candidate opened up
for new people to come into the party. That's a fundamental fact. So you can say he's as bad of a candidate as you want, and you can say I'm as bad of a candidate as you want. But the funny thing is, some of those Somali Republicans that live down there in Minneapolis, they voted for me. How do you explain that I got more votes than almost any other Senate candidate in the history of the Minnesota Republican Party, and none of our 4 Congress members would support me?
36.8.
Because new people voted for me. That's why. New people voted for me. New people said, you know what? We may not agree on everything, but there are some people we can count on to tell us what they really think, tell us like it is, and there are some people who come from in the machine. And there is a machine. And if anybody tells you that there's not a machine with special interests and lobbies and the McMillans and the Cargills and the Dave Fruenshaws and the rest of the lobbyists from right here in Minnesota that run your state, and the Tom Emmers who get $10 million a quarter but never donate a single dime to push Republican Party in the cities. I lived in the Twin Cities for 31 years, and I never saw one Republican representative here. Never once did I see a Republican Party officer in the Twin Cities, and you wonder why your capital has been left to Marxists. Because you left to the suburbs, and you left people in charge who were too afraid to go where you wouldn't go. That's why they don't like me. That's why they're afraid of me. That's why they want to stop me from talking. Because they know I'll go where they won't go. I'll go to Cedar Riverside. Right. I've been to Cedar Riverside. I'll go to North Minneapolis. I'll go to St. Paul. I'll go to places that they raise money off of. They say, oh, look how bad the cities are. Of course they're bad. Of course the cities are bad. They've been raised by Marxist educators for 35 years. The only way we change it is if we can go there. The only way we change it is if we're willing to go. If you're not willing to go, fine, show up here all you want to. But the reality is, nothing will change. You do the same thing, you'll get the same results. Yes. Tim Pawlenty, Tom Emmer, and the rest of this Republican establishment has had control of this state for 35 plus years, and that's why this state is in the condition it's in. Right. And it's not, wait, 1 second. And it's a microcosm of the country. I know you don't want to hear it. I know you don't want to hear it. You don't have to support me. Listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. You don't have to listen. It's a microcosm of the country. It's a microcosm of the country. The conservatives have had the House and the Senate the same amount of times as Democrats. The same amount of time. Your leadership has sold you out. They lie to you. They ask for your endorsement, and they deny the endorsement when they don't. That's the truth.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Royce White Show. That was a clip from Republican Party, Minnesota Republican Party candidate forum in Dundas last week. You got to say it. You have to say it sometimes. And I can't in good conscience sit there on this campaign trail of 2020, leading up to the midterms in 2026, and see Kendall Qualls, who everybody likes, because he fits the prototype. We love these prototypes. I don't fit the prototype, and I like it. And by God, please do not let me be elected or supported for superficial reasons. If you want to support me, it's because I understand the fundamentals. You know what my policy is and the spiritual position of my policy. I mean, it's on a spiritual level, a fundamental level. I truly support. That's why President Trump can endorse me or not. I'm still going to support him. It's not a pay-to-play thing for me. I support President Trump because I understand the value of citizenship, and I understand what it means for a man to risk his life when he doesn't have to save the country for everybody else. That's why I support him. It's not contingent upon what he does for me or what the MAGA movement does for me. So it's very hard for me to sit there with people who I know for a fact do not fundamentally support the MAGA and America First movement. Yet they bring up President Trump's name. They pretend like they support him. They pretend like they're happy about the things that are happening. But their donors, the verticals, they detest him. They despise him. And I'm giving you the example right there. In 2024, the Minnesota Republican Party went full-blown MAGA for the first time in recent memory. And that scares the hell out of the establishment, not only here in Minnesota, but across the country. We see the same fear here in the Minnesota Republican establishment that we see across the rest of the country. This MAGA movement may be here to stay. And even more scary for them is the America First movement may be the next iteration. We may even get deeper to the right, the just right. We're not the far right, we're just right. We may be even going further to the right, and that scares these Trotskyite neoconservatives. In 2024, for the first time, the Minnesota Republican Party went full-blown MAGA. I won an endorsement against the establishment, and then I went on to win a primary against the establishment. After I won the endorsement, the entire party, the entire party establishment had this freak out of what can we do? Who can we call? Who can we go find to help Joe Schmo Frazier get across the finish line with his Ukraine first warmonger mentality? Who can we call? Let's call Tim Pawlenty. Let's call Norm Coleman, Rudy Boschwitz, Michelle Benson, Paul Gazelka, and Kendall Qualls. They all endorsed my opponent in the primary, even after the delegates of this Minnesota Republican Party made their decision clear. They undermined him. What they said is the rules are for thee and not for me. And that's how the elites work in this country on both sides of the aisle. It's disgusting. It's despicable. It makes me want to spit on the floor. I think the way I went about it is nice because I want to spit at their feet because that's how serious it is. And that's what Steve is saying. This is no longer some pleasant game. This is no longer a Mr. Nice Guy. Let's win an intellectual highbrow debate about the nuances of history and policy and all. We know who these people are, but just as much as I know who the progressives and the leftists are in this state, who the Tim Waltzes and the Ilhan Omars are, just as much as I know who they are, I know who Tom Emmer is. And it doesn't much matter to me what the president says about it because I'm here watching him. I'm watching him and I'm watching his people. For example, when the president of the United States says we have to go to same-day paper ballots to have a country, fundamental. It's not a casual thing. The integrity of our elections isn't some casual opinion. It's not an 80-20 issue. It's the whole issue. Keep the main thing the main thing. Are our elections secure or not? We need to go to same-day paper ballots with identification. You say a black person can't get ID, I'll spit at your feet. Of course we can. Of course we can get identification. Same-day paper ballots with identification. So why are there all these Republicans and Scott Presser, God bless him, he's trying to get people involved, which is the right thing to do. But what is the message on the integrity of elections? Are we doing same-day paper ballots, or are the Minnesota Republican establishment going to continue to go on with the chase the ballot early voting? You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. I'm not going to sit there and listen to Kendall Qualls put on this MAGA persona when I know that his donors don't really support President Trump at all. They'll use him. They'll ride the wave and the momentum, but they don't really support the ideas. They don't really support the ideas, and their condemnation of me as a candidate is a microcosm, and it's a proxy for their condemnation of the president. Let's talk about Stormy Daniels. Let's talk about how he can never win with suburban white women. And he won, and they still don't accept it. That's why what's going on in the United States Senate with the Republicans in power is what's going on. And the president has to fight it every single day. So I give him some grace and some leniency with how he has to navigate that. I don't have the same restraint. I don't have to. I do a talk show. I'm a candidate. I'm going to tell you the way it is. This is the way it is. The Republican establishment in this country is just as dangerous as the Democrats. We'll be back in a moment. Real America's Voice, The Royce White Show. Stay tuned.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to the Royce White Show. I'm your host, Royce White, here in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I know it's a lot for Saturday mornings. We're going to get to a daily show at some point in time. You know, Real America's Voice and I are going to figure out the perfect time slot to have a daily show. And that way we can spread around some of this holiday cheer here before the Thanksgiving and Christmas season. But it has to be said. A lot of people think, oh, Steve, you're an alarmist. Steve Bannon's an alarmist. You know, he's fear-mongering. It's not fear-mongering. It's not fear-mongering when a transgender jihadist walks up to a Catholic school church and opens fire on little children. It's not alarmism. It's realism. We have to crush these people. And I don't mean kill them. I don't mean physically harm them, but I do mean use the levers of power, seize the institutions. We know exactly what's going on. We can see it plain as day. The constitutional crisis is afoot. And the ultimate question here, and people don't even want to go there because they're scared of the implications. They're scared of the answer, especially in the conservative movement. We're afraid of the answer. We're afraid of what asking the question will give us. Where does the military fall on this whole deal? All across the country, they just put another guy up. His name is Patrick. I don't know. I don't even know his last name. Patrick something. I should know his name. I don't. Because when I look at him, it's all this. They go and find an ex-Marine, an ex-Navy guy, ex-CIA, ex-State Department, ex-veteran. It's the same motif. Every single time. And they believe that if they can find a military guy who will say all the right things, who has a squeaky clean background or a background they can, you know, that they can clean. And he says he believes in God, then you'll follow him. You'll support him. It's the motif. It's how you get the Dan Crenshaws of the world. And the Dan Crenshaws of the world are absolutely ridiculous. They're absolutely ridiculous. They lie and they use the valor, they use their sacrifice to besmirch the rest of the veterans in this country, many of which don't agree with this global dollar empire, play police all around the world foreign policy. Many of which, like Tulsi Gabbard, like Pete in some respects, they don't believe in that philosophy. Are we willing to break ranks with those who push that in this party? It's another guy, and he's came out of nowhere. He's running for governor. And fine, as many candidates as you want. Doesn't bother me in the U.S. Senate race because we know the MAGA movement is out front. We know the MAGA movement has taken the Minnesota Republican Party by storm, and the America First movement is right there to back it up. American citizens come first. America comes first. American citizens come first. That's it. Bottom line, full stop. It's not difficult. It's not political astrophysics. It's not the laws of thermonuclear dynamics. It's pretty basic. American citizens come first. And to backtrack to this entire thing about Israel, I hate to see it. I hate to see it. I think I've been one of the most even-handed people on the entire topic. And I'm not doing it to try and, be lukewarm. I can just talk about it the way it really is. Yeah, there's anti-Semitism. Yeah, there's racism, but it's no more honest to say that every critique of black people is rooted in racism than it is to say every critique of Jewish people or Israel is rooted in anti-Semitism. Both things are equally ridiculous. We can have a conversation about black people in this country and black communities, and we should. That doesn't make people racist. We can have a conversation about the Jewish lobby or AIPAC or the RJC or Israel in this country. That doesn't make people anti-Semitic or Jew haters. And the fact that you would even try that is so intellectually dishonest. Your moral integrity comes into clear question. Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, whoever else, your moral integrity is on full display when you make the claim any criticism whatsoever of Jewish people, of the Jewish lobby, of the Jewish community, of Israel is somehow automatically rooted in anti-Semitism and Jew hatred. Absolutely not. The only other man I've let sit in this chair to host this show, which is one of the highlights of my young life, one of my favorite things to do, is this Saturday morning show. The only other man I've ever let sit in this chair and host my show the way he wants to, without any notes, without any, this is what you should talk about, do whatever you want, is a Ukrainian Jewish man. But he just so happens to believe in Christ. So take that for what it is. But if it was Jew hatred, then I would hate Jews no matter what. I would hate them whether they believed in Christ or not. And I don't care whether a Jewish person believes in Christ or not. And honestly, as far as where we are right now today, I don't much care whether you believe in Christ or not. I know where I'm at. I know I believe in Christ. I know I'm a Christian. And I can advocate for Christianity on behalf of your spirit and really on behalf of your life, because I do think the Bible is a document that helps people's lives in great respect. But I don't much care. Are you an American citizen? Do you believe in having a country? Do you believe that America should come first and American citizens should come first? That's really all it boils down to. This isn't difficult. And if you want to play this game where you expand the definition of anti-Semitism the same way that the lunatic left expanded the definition of science and spirit to fit their transgender psyop, then you go right on with them. Let's get ready. Here's the thing. In Minnesota, for example, 1.4 million Christians and conservatives of voter age did not vote in the 2024 election. You can take that for what it's worth. Are they voting and being miscounted? Are they voting and having their votes changed? Or did they really not vote at all? All three tell us a story. Maybe there's a combination of the three. 1.4 million Christians and conservatives in the state of Minnesota did not vote in 2024. That is crazy. But you know what? I don't condone it, but I understand it. I understand when people are fed up and discontent with the political process. They don't believe that it actually matters, because look at how we've allowed this country to be run. Money runs this country. We've allowed that. That's a problem. If we don't rectify that, then we undermine the process, our political process, fundamentally at a spiritual level. You 1.4 million Christians and conservatives need to vote. You need to participate. Go into your caucus. Go to caucus in February. You don't like your Republican candidates? You get your butt to caucus so you can have a say in who the candidates are. Precinct strategy. It's not rocket science. But at the same time, when I watch a Republican establishment and their vertical donors talk about how we have too many Christians in this party, on the record, bunch of donors, Minnesota elite business people who say they're conservative. We have too many Christians in the party. And oh, by the way, I believe in abortion. I think poor people shouldn't have children. Ask Professor Penn about it. I'll have him on next week, and he'll tell you. He's in that business elite class in the state. He was there at the fundraiser. He can tell you who the person is specifically. We're going to start naming names. Minnesota elite business conservative donors, too many Christians in the party, and I don't think poor people should be having kids. I believe in abortion in that sense. Poor people shouldn't have kids. Are you kidding me? So when I come across that, it becomes clear that on a spiritual level, there are Christians out there in that 1.4 million who say these people are not who they say they are. Well, I am. I am who I say I am. I am the genuine article. I am that ultra MAGA Christo nationalist just right candidate. Not far right, just right. I'm that guy. And I'll hold the line. But you got to participate. And the thing you got to understand is it's going to be uncomfortable, because along the way, I'm going to have to call these people out for the next 12 months until Election Day and beyond. I'm going to have to call these people out. At the events, at the forums, at the conventions, I'm going to have to call these people out, and they're not going to like it. It's going to ruin us a couple of weekends, but it has to be done. It has to be done. Hell, I'll trade some of these Christo nationalists they're all worried about, and let's get some of these people down there in the Twin Cities who also don't feel any connection with the Republican Party. Like I said, I grew up in the Twin Cities for 35 years. I've lived in the Twin Cities, and not once have I seen any Republican representation. If you leave your territory to the demons, don't be shocked when demons come out of it, when demons manifest. Demons have to be challenged. They have to be rebuked and refuted. They have to be vanquished in some cases. And that's what Steve Bannon's saying about seizing the institutions. We know who these people are. We know what their motivation is. They can pretend like there's some intellectual highbrow debate. There's no debate. If you think a man can become a woman, there's no debate. The debate is over. And if you think our foreign policy and our domestic policy is going to be based on this type of non-reality, you got another thing coming. I hope the administration and the rest of the people there in D.C. understand the seriousness and gravity of this situation. Seize the institutions. This may actually be the last chance we had. We all celebrated that President Trump won, but between now and the midterms and 2028, this may actually be the last chance we have to save this country and deal from reality. But the reality starts right here inside the wire. It's been another episode of The Royce White Show. I appreciate your viewership and listenership today and in the future. War Room with the great Steve Bannon is next. God bless you. Godspeed. God bless America. God bless President Trump. We'll see you next weekend. Thank you.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Good morning. Today is November 8th, 2025, in the year of our Lord. My name is Claire Dooley. We're live from the Children's Self Defense Conference in Austin, Texas. It's called The Moment of Truth. So why am I here? Why am I hosting? Who am I? I'm a documentary filmmaker. I've been making films for the past 10 years about health freedom. I watched the movie Vaxxed at 15 years old and decided that it was something I wanted to give my life to. There is nothing more important than preventing brain injury in children. There's nothing more important than preventing a mother from holding her lifeless child whenever that could have been prevented. And she was giving that child a medical intervention that she was told would help her baby, when in fact it did the exact opposite. And then she's left to deal with the consequences. She's left to pay the medical bills. She's left to go search for the doctors that can actually help her. The medical industry has abandoned these families. They've gaslit these families, and I would go so far as to also say that they're covering it up. That was what the Vax movie was about. It was about the CDC covering up fraud. They knew that the MMR vaccine was causing autism, and instead of telling the American people, they hid it. That's a crime against humanity. In 1986, the Congress passed an act that took away liability from vaccine manufacturers. So many children were being injured that the pharmaceutical companies came to Congress and said, hey, we can't keep making vaccines because we can't ensure the supply of them because we're getting sued so much. So we gave them legal immunity. And what happened after that? The vaccine schedule tripled, right? Children today get 3 times, almost 4 times as much as people did, I don't know, 40, 50 years ago. So that's what we're dealing with. This is the scene that we're in. We are in an epidemic of chronic illness. And I have brought on a guest today that we're going to throw off the show with to talk a little bit about this chronic illness epidemic. And why? Because it affects every single American person. Think about your life. Who do you know who's died of cancer? Who do you know who's died of heart disease? Who do you know who has autism? Any kind of developmental delays or disabilities. I mean, who do you know who's in a wheelchair, who's had to have a stent put in their heart, who's had to be in and out of the hospitals, in and out of urgent cares? I mean, this is an issue that is way more pervasive. This affects every single American human being. And I think that that's why the posse needs to be here. That's why they need to be in the room, because this is on their hearts, even if they don't know it. So today, joining me right now is Tony Lyons. We're live from the Children's Health Defense Conference, and we're going to be talking to him about why it's important. Why are we here? What are we doing? How are we trying to fix things? I call Tony Lyons the offense. I call Children's Health Defense the defense. So thank you so much for joining us, Tony.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. Yeah, I mean, 76% of the American public suffers from a chronic disease. You know, that is an epidemic of just unheard of proportions. So all around the world, countries spend less money and have so much better health outcomes. And that's because we have captured government agencies, we have corrupt public officials, and we have these big companies that are controlling everything. And we need to fight back. So, you know, what's really happened now is that in the course of 1 year, the whole narrative has changed. So millions and millions of Americans who trusted anything they were told because they were lied to, they were propagandized, they were convinced by these companies that spent billions of dollars doing it. You know, they were really brainwashed.
And we can dive into that a little bit, right? So that's the direct market to consumer advertising. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, a very big part of why the media is controlled is that 70% of the advertising for major networks comes from pharmaceutical companies. So if we could change that, we could really make big progress.
70%? That's...
You know, CNN has said that it's as much as 70%. So, you know, it's not always going to be true, but it's an incredible percentage of the advertising comes from these companies that are lying to the public, that are poisoning the public. And then the result of that then is that when Bobby Kennedy comes out, and when his whole team comes out and they start to tell the truth for the first time in a generation, we get these incredible smear campaigns. So we get these companies going to war against people who are telling the truth to the public because they want to protect their revenue stream. They want to protect these incredible profits that have made it so that we spend 3 times the amount of money on healthcare in this country than any of the other 30 industrialized countries, and we have much worse health outcomes.
We were just actually talking about that, you know, like if you went into a store and you spent 3 times as much money as the store next to it, you would expect that you would leave with a better outcome. And so we also, what's happening right now, the government's shut down. Democrats are talking about reform with Obamacare. They're trying to hint at making America healthier by just still dumping more and more money into the same systems that are making us sick. So at Maha Action, we're doing something different. Let's talk a little bit about what we're doing at Maha Action.
Yeah, so there are all kinds of different things that are big priorities for us, but one of them is to lower the toxic load on every American. So we're not going to get rid of all chemicals. We're not going to get rid of all toxins in food. Maybe that ship has sailed, but we can do so much better. And that's what we're really trying to fight back on. So what's happening is that we need to not have liability shields for anything. Not for vaccines, not for pesticides, not for chemicals in food. I mean, this is a system that's set up to protect these companies, not to protect the American public. And we need to start protecting our children.
That, I think, makes you a conspiracy theorist and a misinformation spreader today.
Yeah, let me just tell you about these words, that have been co-opted. So what is a conspiracy theorist? What is an anti-vaxxer? What is somebody who's anti-science? These words are pharmaceutical company talking points. They're meant to control the narrative. Anybody who really believes in science believes in dialogue, they believe in debate, and they relish anybody coming forward and contradicting them, because that's what science is. You have to be able to stand up and defend your point of view, not by censoring people, not by lying to people, not by threatening to people, not by deplatforming people, but by having a better argument.
Yeah, actually, the Maha Institute just had an amazing roundtable last month called The Weaponization of Science. I had the privilege of being there and helping with production, and it was an incredible roundtable. They really digged into, how science has been co-opted. What even is science, right? What does it mean whenever you say believe science, right? I mean, how do you believe in something that is a system, not a fact? And so, you guys can check that out if you go to the Maha Institute Instagram. I wanted to actually touch.
But that's a great point. I mean, you can't believe in science. Science is not a religion. Science is a process. So science, you want people to disagree. The last thing you want to do is believe in science. Science is not static. So we want science changing all the time. Any doctor will tell you that when they went to medical school, their medical books were just littered with things that turn out not to be true. But they were the best that we had at the time. And that's always going to be true, that every moment, every year, things are changing. And we want change. We want radical transparency, but we also want to question the status quo. That's what science is. It's questioning the status quo all the time, every day, as loudly as you can, with as many new facts as you can.
Absolutely. And when you say that, it actually kind of brings up some thoughts for me. Being from a small town in Mississippi, the majority of my family are not university, college educated. And so I feel like a lot of times this can also become a classist issue, right? You have people who went to university who, think that they are better than the average American, working class member, better than people in the posse, whoever that is. And they think that they can then look down upon them and say, oh, no, you're spreading misinformation. When, for example, a mother takes her child in to the doctor. She knows her child better than anyone else. That child gets 5 shots in one day, goes home, starts banging their head, screaming for hours on end, has seizures. She goes back to the doctor, says, oh my gosh, my kid's sick. And what does that, university medical industry doctor say? Oh, that wasn't the vaccine. Or that's totally normal. Just give them some Tylenol. This is the situation we're in. I mean, the American citizens are being gaslit and saying, oh, you have to believe in science, believe in us, have faith in us. This is pretty much a preview of actually scientism, which we can touch on later in the show. Joe Allen is a great expert that comes on often about that.
Yeah, but these are really great points that, the the leaders who we've had over the last generation, they've lied their ways to the top. They've failed their ways to the top. I mean, in what world would you have somebody like Dr. Fauci, who in everything that he was hired to do, he failed, and yet he kept progressing. He kept getting paid more and more money, to the extent that he was getting paid more than the president. He was really the most powerful person in the country for a long period of time, and he had never succeeded in anything. Children were sicker and sicker year after year. So, you know, this is not what happens in a private company. This is not what happens in any other area, but it happens in a government that's become co-opted, that's become corrupt, that's become run by these people whose sole purpose is to extract as much money from the American public as they possibly can, while telling parents that they're crazy by ignoring the health of their own children. I mean, what could be more despicable than that?
They make more money when we're sick. They do not make money off us being healthy in the current system that we have built in the United States. And that's why I'm really excited about RFK Jr. as Secretary of HHS. I think he's doing a fantastic job at trying to truly move forward and make America healthier. I actually want to play a quick clip of RFK Jr. and we'll pop back in and talk with someone else.
He thrives on spreading lies to the vulnerable. That's definitely me.
That was Bin Laden.
That was Bin Laden. That was Bin Laden.
We noticed that RFK Jr.'s portrayal in the press is sometimes a little over the top, so we decided to play a little game and compare real quotes from real news outlets.
Thank you.
Let's see what happens.
His actions cause global damage and catastrophe. Is that me?
Sadly, that's you. Sorry.
He's obsessed with bringing down America. That's Bin Laden. He is reckless and dangerous. That's me.
Correct.
He unites people in fear. That would be me, probably.
Bin Laden.
Oh, good. That's sweet. He must be held accountable and brought to justice. That's Bin Laden.
That was you.
Oh, God. History will judge him as a monster. I'm saying that's Bin Laden.
Yeah. That's Bin Laden, yeah.
He's a global threat. That's Osama Bin Laden.
Sadly, that's you.
He's a fanatic consumed by conspiracy. That's probably me.
Nope, Bin Laden.
Oh, good. He's an evil nihilist. I know that's me because I remember that one.
It's also Bin Laden.
Oh, that's economical of him.
Is it possible that the press rhetoric about Bobby Kennedy is a bit hyperbolic?
So we want to talk a little bit more with you guys soon. I'm actually going to throw to you, Tony. We had a couple more comments you wanted to make about.
Yeah, there were a couple things. And one of the things that you should have gotten from that clip is that, you know, they want to portray Secretary Kennedy and President Trump as being a danger to the public, you know, that their public health views are a danger. And the truth is that they're just a danger to corporate profits. They're a danger to this corrupt system that's poisoned the American public. And when you look at some of the facts, and there's one fact that I think a lot of you will really like to hear, which will resonate with you, and that is that during COVID, where we were told that people were crazy, people were dangerous, who wouldn't get vaccinated, but during that exact period of time, we let 10 million unvaccinated people come across the border. So where's the logic there? Of course it was not about public health. It was about controlling the American public. Otherwise, we would have shut the border down entirely. We would not have let one unvaccinated person come across that border.
Absolutely,
but that's not what happened.
Absolutely. You guys, we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back to you with Lee Marinoff, and she's going to talk to us about some rural health reform at HHS. See you soon.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it. We bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
All right, War Room. We're joining you here live from the Children's Health Defense Conference. I'm Claire Dooley. If you've been grocery shopping lately, you've probably noticed how high the inflation is. And in this kind of world with, $37 trillion plus in the national debt, what's a good thing you can do? You can invest in gold. And who do we trust to invest our money in when it comes to gold? Birch Gold. So if you want to go and text Bannon to 989898, they will give you a free info kit. You can learn more about investing in gold, why it's beneficial for you and your family. We love Birch Gold at our house. And yeah, we love them very much. So moving on, I want to talk to Lee Marinoff, who I've brought on here, who is a great friend of mine. Thanks for being here, Lee.
Thank you. I love being here with you.
So we have actually a headline we wanted to bring up. Lee recently has been doing some really powerful stuff with the Strategic Health Initiatives and MAHA Action. This is through Strategic Initiatives, MAHA is supporting rural health nationwide. Lee, tell us a little bit about what you've been doing. You've been traveling the country. You've been every time I call her, she's in a different place right now.
Well, we at MAHA Action really wanted to support the rural communities. And I was at the governor's meeting in Colorado in August when this all came about. Dr. Oz, through CMS, came up with a plan with, I think, a lot of the governors in talking how to best support the states. And one of the things that they saw is that the rural communities have really been neglected. The hospitals are shutting down. People are extremely unhealthy, or more unhealthy than they are in the cities. And they came up with a great plan that was put on such a fast track, like the biggest fast track we've ever had. 6 weeks they gave the states to apply for $50 billion. for rural communities, and they split it up. The first $25 billion they decided to allocate to all the states equally, and that was just to, I think, get their attention, say that we're really interested in this. But the second $25 billion they had to submit proposals for. And this came out. We were all waiting for the application. It came out, and they said they're due, even though the government shut down, the applications have to be in, and they were in this past week, November 5th. We at Maha Action had 12 great ideas, but obviously that was too much. The governors didn't really know us, so we came up with the top 4. And we didn't have any kind of access to the governor. So we just started calling, asking our friends, who knows whom, and any appointments we could get, we just got on a plane and went to the different states. And now the application's due. Now it's in CMS's court. They have 6 weeks to figure out how they're going to allocate all $50 billion. And we will hear December 31st. We're all taking a break, trying to catch up on everything we missed before, and then we'll go back out and see how we can help support with experts the things that Maha Action really thinks will help make the rural communities healthier again.
Yeah, and there was also, what was it, about 20 states that are participating? Is it something like that?
We have about 23 states that actually engaged with us, and they were bipartisan, both Republican and Democratic states. In the end, we've been trying to see the different applications, and we'll get FOA. We'll do FOA requests for any ones that we can't find. But in the end, the states all made them pretty general. And they'll be looking around and asking for pilots, and they'll probably do a lot of requests for proposal in January. So our recommendation is that citizens get involved and see if you have a way to make your rural community healthier. This is the time to get involved. Call your legislators, call your senators, call your governor, and let's see if we can all help.
Absolutely. There's actually a Maha legislative tracker that you can find on mahaaction.com that can tell you can put in your information. It can tell you who your legislators are, who in your area is Maha friendly or not, what bills you can find. It's pretty incredible what Maha is doing. Lee, do you have any other suggestions for specific things? Like how can people mobilize? What can they do?
First of all, we have a couple million people that have let us know that they are behind us, and we know that there are lots more. So this legislative tracker you spoke about is phenomenal. You go on. If you've never helped change a bill before, this is your beginning. We have bills of the week, and you can go on, press your state. So I'm from Vermont. You press the state, and we're trying to stop, a mask law. So in our state, anytime they want, they can make all the kids in schools put on masks. I don't think that's a good thing. So how do I do it? So it tells you how to change it. We have ideas. How do you write an op-ed? Like, get out there, write an op-ed, and you don't have to run to be a House member, though you should. I encourage it. A lot of young people are doing that. But we are at Maha Action really, really trying to help motivate just everyone to get involved and help us change laws. And we will be giving more and more ideas of how to do that, how to engage.
Absolutely. So these two people next to me, Tony Lyons, Lee Marinoff, I am so proud to be in the room with you and to even get to work with you. Maha Action is doing a lot of incredible work all the time. I'm so proud to see, there's this new Maha report there's several times a day the Maha report goes out. You can learn about what's going on. When it comes to Maha in our country. Tony and Lee, I have a question for you, Tony. When all this was going on, what is that like as the president of Maha? And then we have Lee here, who's running across the country. How are you guys working together to make it happen?
Well, much of it is it's a question of. I see this as a cultural war just as much as it's a war to change what governors do, to change what states do, because the legal system works slowly. And what we've seen in a very short period of time is that the whole narrative has begun to change. And so there were words that 1 year ago nobody had heard of. Petroleum-based food dyes. Who was using that word or that phrase 1 year ago? Who was talking about beef tallow? So you go to restaurants now, and the waiters will tell you that they cook their fries in beef tallow.
Seed oil, Scout.
So seed oils. There's so many different words. And, even ultra-processed foods. Nobody really knew what that was 1 year ago. And, even more importantly, nobody thought that it was okay to talk about whether vaccines were safe or not, or to talk about whether pesticides on vegetables were safe, or to talk about all kinds of different drugs. So we were at this point where 95% of the population, in certain areas like vaccines, maybe it was 98%, were just totally brainwashed. And now that's been blown wide open so that people really believe that they can talk about anything. And that is such an incredible change. And what we need to do is look at that rate of change, but also look at the fact that this MAHA movement is just an incredible gift to the Republican Party. And we want to make sure that the Republican Party recognizes that. And I believe that Republicans all around the country, 90 or 95% of them, really do recognize that and want that and are begging their politicians to back the MAHA movement.
Right. What does that number look like? I mean, isn't when it comes to MAHA being able to swing an election, isn't it something like, give us the numbers on, what kind of voting base we have now?
Sure. I mean, last week was just clearly a wake-up call for Republicans that, they should have used the MAHA base so much better. We were ready. There were millions and millions, not 2 million, not 10 million, but 100 million or 150 million people. In all kinds of polling we've done, there's just such widespread backing for these ideas, but we have a lot of politicians who've taken a lot of money from a lot of these companies. And that has to change, and they have to recognize that their base, their voters, want this change. They're demanding this change. And if they give it to them, that if they begin to really see that they can raise money from this base, that they can win elections from this base, then I think we're going to see a massive victory in the midterms, and that's what we really want.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's anything more pro-American than being pro-health. Lee, do you have a comment on that?
Yes. As we traveled around the country, I've spoken with so many just random people that said that they, outside of their doctor's advice, just changed their diets. And many of them, I've met so many people that have lost 100 pounds. That seems like the magic number. They've lost 100 pounds. They've gotten off their diabetic medication, and it's all through going on a different kind of diet that is very easily available to most Americans. And so we are putting that forward. And I'm telling you, if we flip school lunches, if we change the food in hospitals, if we get Americans to not be as diabetic as they are now, and that happens under President Trump and Secretary Kennedy, we are heroes. And that is the road we're going down. That is the message that we need to push. And these are not people that even have heard anything about MAHA. This is what people are doing, and we are ready, and this is our time. So I could not be more excited.
This is our time.
This is it.
And that's how I feel. I'm like, we are pushing ahead as quickly as we can. We're going to take a short break right after this, but before we go, I want to tell you guys a little bit about Patriot Mobile. So Patriot Mobile's been around for over 12 years. I realize there's a lot of different carriers you can choose, like AT&T or whoever else, but Patriot Mobile is the only one that's standing up for your freedom. So just don't take my word for it. There's hundreds of thousands of Americans that have made the switch. You can use the promo code Bannon for a free month of service. So go to patriotmobile.com/Bannon or call 972-PATRIOT today. Thanks so much. We're going to be back from the break soon.
Did you you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. It feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right, I'm Claire Dooley. We're live from the Children's Health Defense Conference 2025, Moment of Truth in Austin, Texas. I have Tony Lyons, president of MAHA Action, joining me, and Lee Marinoff. Tony, we were talking a little bit over the break about how some Democrats say that, you know, we need to, we don't want to medicate it was about the food, right? So we want to feed people to keep them from getting sick, but the food that we're giving them is actually making them sick. You want to talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. The idea is that there's not that much food, that there are a lot of poor people, and that we have to just get them calories. So the idea there is just so crazy because, you know, they say, well, we can't afford to have healthy food.
But, Tony, we can't afford not to have healthy food.
Right. And, you know, eating unhealthy food actually costs the government more. So if you look at Medicare or Medicaid, they're responsible for these people's health for their whole lives. So if they get a chronic disease later, we as taxpayers have to pay for that. So, you know, it really is true now that the Democratic Party has started to say, well, pesticides aren't really so bad for you. Ultra-processed foods aren't so bad for you. The New York Times runs these articles, and you have people going on to, you know, Instagram eating, you know, glasses filled with food dyes. So, you know, this is just a really crazy point, and it gets back to the idea that this is such a gift to the Republican Party, that MAHA really has the ability to galvanize millions and millions of voters who recognize that they're just being lied to, that these ideas are bad ideas and they're unhealthy and they're killing our children.
Well, I totally agree with that, Tony. And the thing is there are a few things that we have to change right now, because a lot of times people get unhealthy food and they eat it because they don't know how to cook. We need to teach Americans how to cook again as a normal part of the day. To take a chicken, to throw it in a pot of water, to make a soup, to make a stew, to make something that lasts, that has leftovers. Leftovers have to be the new common theme in a family group. We need to have a Sunday where you cook several meals for the week, and I think our job is to figure out how to make that possible. How do people afford it? How do they do it? And I think that's a lot of what MAHA Action can do to support HHS, and we can support President Trump.
Mm-hmm. Such a great point, Lee. I mean, if you look at Japan, something like 20 years ago, they stopped mandating vaccines. The kids are so much less medicated, and every school in Japan has a chef. So all the food that children eat in their schools there are fresh foods that are cooked on the same day that the kids eat them. Whereas here, what do kids eat in school?
Right, and I just want to say I've worked on school lunches for a long time in the state of Vermont, and there's so many laws and regulations that prevent children from eating healthy food, and that is something that I think that President Trump sees it. I think they see it at HHS, and we have got to change the laws and the regulations. Then we have to refurbish kitchens, rebuild kitchens, and that costs money, and we've got to figure out how to do this. That is part of the Rural Health Transformation Program, and I think we're on our way.
I think, honestly, Lee, I've seen you in action for 3 years at your farm school in Vermont. I don't think there's a better person to be doing this than you. I think I would call you an expert. When you go to her Lee's farm school, you see kids eating real food, eating whole foods. Maybe it's meat, maybe it's a little bit of fresh organic sourdough, some cheese, some raw milk, some berries that they made and canned themselves, blueberries. I wanted to
Don't forget the ferments.
Fermented foods, yes, that's a great point, and ancestral foods as well. I wanted to talk a little bit about your farm school, Lee, before we head out. How long has the farm school been around? What are you guys doing? What's the future? Give us the rundown.
Well, our farm school's been around for 15 years, and I really learned farming outside of this country, working on another program in Africa and Asia. We now have such a demand for classes that we cannot keep up, and so starting in January, we really want to have a bigger online presence. We are hoping that we will learn. I mean, I'm old, so
well, that's what I'm here for, right?
I don't know how I'll do it, but 5 young friends like you, Claire, and we're going to figure out how to try to bring this. There are 100 million homes in America, and we're going to figure out how many of those we can get into. And the idea is to teach skilling. Cooking, sewing is first. Cooking, sewing, basic building.
Yeah, carpentry, kids. I mean, also even just basic survival skills. How many American children people don't know how to make a fire? Right? Like, that's a basic survival skill that got humanity to where it is, and many of them don't even understand how to do such a thing. So I went to the farm school. I started making a documentary series about the farm school 3 years ago. We're kind of soft launching it, talking about it now, and nothing's released quite yet. We're going to show you guys the trailer soon, but I do have to say that even as an adult who, as a kid, I grew up in rural Mississippi, I thought I knew a lot about homesteading, and I found out I didn't really know anything. Most of the 6-year-olds there knew more than I did, and I learned a lot being there. So, Lee, before we go, how can people find you? Are you on social media and stuff?
Well, okay, we are on Instagram, and we do have an account. It's called Meadows Bee, and then our farm program is called Young Farmer Starts.
Young Farmer Starts.
So you can find us. I mean, we're a little. We're getting better.
Yeah.
We're working on it with your help, Claire.
I did make a landing page for our documentary series. So if you go to watchmeadowsbee.com, you can sign up for our email list, and we can send you updates. We have actually a couple things in the shop there where you can buy for Christmas coming up. There's a couple, sewing tutorials, really cute kind of stuff for beginner sewing things. So yeah, you guys should definitely check it out. We are going to play the trailer.
This was empty, just like the other one. everywhere around the world, people take care of themselves. Only in America, we don't know how to do anything.
12 bees. It's their entire life's work makes 1 teaspoon of honey.
I've started a new program called Young Farmer Starts. It's people giving of their time and sharing their skills with young children. And the harder I make it, the happier they are.
You guys can get in your groups and we can get this day rolling. We're teaching kids where their food comes from, how it actually grows, the hard work that goes into it.
By running children through real life experiences, they get a mastery and an understanding and a compassion. You get kids to love being alive.
This vote is for the budget, just to be clear. Everybody's
Join us and let's keep the school open and let's keep this community thriving.
I have never seen any human being that was able to impart some skills on that you didn't watch their anxiety level change as having skills in doing something. They found belief in oneself was easier.
Why do you think they get so restful up against your chest?
They hear like the bump bump. Yeah, you're not.
When people come in and say that it's not a good education, they don't see it. They don't see the kids coming here once a week and farming. They don't see the value of teaching a kid how to plant a seed.
My father used to say problems are great opportunities in disguise. Well, if you take away all your kids' problems, they have new opportunities.
As a civilization, we have needs to be met. My goal in all the programs I've developed is to have a child that feels like they belong.
This one's for apple picking.
Okay.
Here's a level 2-1. This one's for sheeping. Another sheeping one. This one's for making fires.
So you can make a fire. How old are you?
7.
That's really cool.
And this one's about like herbals.
So I devoted the first, 10 years or so of my career to documentary filmmaking exposing the vaccine industry corruption. I went through several different films that I was on the team of. Vax2, which covered thousands of children who were injured by vaccines. 1986, The Act, which kind of goes into the history of why the pharmaceutical industry gained liability against against being sued for harming people. But later on, I wanted to move into something more progressive, something that pushed us forward, and that is the Meadows Bee Farm documentary series. We'll be releasing it sometime soon, coming early next year. So if you want to go and sign up for the email list, I can give you guys updates as much as I can. We have a cute little shop. Christmas is coming up. My little daughter she's 18 months, she loves wearing the little t-shirts from Meadows Bee Farm. Every day she picks them out. I had to get like 4 of them because they would get so dirty. Anyways, so yeah, you guys definitely check it out. Joining me right now is Sarah Doe, which I am very happy to have you here. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So Sarah Doe was actually kicked out of school for not complying with the vaccine mandate. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you want to go a little bit into, we've got about 2 minutes till the break, and then we'll take a break. We'll come back. But if you want to tell us a little bit about what your life was like whenever you were in school.
When I was in school?
Yeah, when you were in school.
Okay. So when I was in school, it was like, wait, I'm scared.
Our lovely Sarah Doe joining us is 16 years old. This is probably one of her first live interviews, but I'm so happy you're here. But for you, were you enjoying your school experience?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, very much. And they took it all away, but
Right. So for a certain period of time, Sarah Doe, you had no vaccinations. Is that correct?
Yeah. Till 2019, I didn't have any vaccinations because I had a religious exemption.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then at a certain point, what state do you live in?
I live in New York. You live in New York.
Yeah. That religious exemption was removed.
Yeah.
Correct? So that means that she's then put in a position where she has to be vaccinated to go to school. So what happened? Were you vaccinated at that point?
I had to get, I think, like 10 doses to get caught up just to be put back into school.
Wow.
And ever since I've gotten those, I've had, like, my whole body's had a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
It's been so bad. I've never been the same since those vaccines.
I actually was talking a bit with Michael Caine, who we had on yesterday, about some of the health issues that you've experienced since then. What would you describe that as? Was that, obviously it's not an enjoyable experience, right? I mean, how did your life change?
So ever since those vaccines, my body gets active flare-ups of like a rash all over my body, and it feels like my whole body's on fire, and it just feels like it's insane. It's the worst feeling anyone can ever feel.
Incredibly painful. Yeah. I know this might be a technical question, Sarah Doe, but do you have any certain diagnoses that came about after you were vaccinated?
So I have urticaria, I have von Willebrand's, I have
various other things.
You will
mention
a lot of
after
things.
This. We're gonna run to the break soon, and we'll come back. But real quick, All Family Pharmacy. You guys should check out allfamilypharmacy.com/Bannon. Use promo code Bannon10 for 10% off your first order. This is the place you can go to get prescribed. Awesome health professionals behind them. We'll be back soon.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it. We bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right, so we're coming back out of the break. We have Sarah Doe with us. She was just talking to us about her vaccine injury. Before we talk with her, I actually wanted to mention something that I don't really talk about much, which is that I lived in Mississippi, who did not have religious exemptions for vaccines for kids in school. So I was homeschooled until 5th grade. And in 5th grade, I was caught up. I had 5 shots in one day, and experienced what would be diagnosed as POTS. As a young person, I couldn't stand without my vision blacking out. I bruised easily. I couldn't run on the playground anymore. I had no energy. I would frequently faint. There was a lot of issues that I had, and to explain to a kid that, hey, I was healthy and then I wasn't healthy, and this thing happened, I got this medical treatment, but just because it's a vaccine, all of a sudden we completely dismiss it, right? Oh, well, that can't be that. It's safe and effective. Well, it's not safe and effective. You can look at the vaccine inserts. All of these side effects are on the vaccine inserts. Doctors won't tell you that, but the pharmaceutical companies will on their product packages. So, Sarah Doe, that's my background. So I know where you're coming from. Yeah. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of your experiences. So Sarah shared with me that she has chronic Lyme's disease now. She's been hospitalized twice, had severe kidney issues. She was septic. She almost died following vaccination. And despite all these side effects you've experienced, have you found any doctors that have been able to help you in any way?
So, no, but we keep looking for one day, hopefully they can help us.
Yeah, but that would be amazing.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about, so you then, we were caught up on shots. Mm-hmm. You got in school. Were you ever able to finish getting caught up?
So we had to take a break because after I got all those shots, my arms started having reactions, and I wasn't able to play the sports anymore because of my arms. So we had to take a break from that. And then starting last year, I moved to a different school, and the school nurse there looked at my chart and noticed that I didn't have one of the Hep B vaccines, but I had 2 of them, and I just needed 1 more. And so she
she told the administration, and so on and so forth. And so what did that look like? Was it a letter sent to your parents? And then it said, look, you have to get the shot. You can't come back to school.
No, yeah. And so knowing my mom, she kept fighting, and she just told the school, she said, I'm just going to keep going to doctors and just keep getting medical exemptions until you finally accept it. Mm-hmm. And they never did.
Right.
Yeah.
So then you guys went through a court case to argue that, hey, this is defying our religious beliefs or medical needs, and so I know it's kind of tough for you probably to give me specifics on legal updates. But didn't you guys win something?
Yeah. So we made case law, and we won federal court, and that put me back into school. Mm-hmm. But the fight's still not over. I'm still not fully done with being back in school. They try to put me back in the 10th grade, and my mom fought it again, so they dropped that. But
so what's it been like for you? I mean, with friends in school, and how do your peers feel about it? Are they like, oh no, you don't have the vaccine, I can't be around?
So the peers don't my peers don't really they don't really care, they don't really know about it, but some of the kids, they do make fun of me, but I don't let that bother me. I know.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, but I've been making a lot of new friends, and it's been amazing this school year. It's so amazing to be back.
Back in school, which is your right. Are you in a public school?
Yeah.
Yeah, so your family pays taxes for you to go to school.
Yeah.
And they're being denied the right to education because she's missing one vaccine, which, by the way, is very difficult to spread hepatitis B from one student to another.
Also, if you have active Hep B, you still can go to school.
Okay, so if you have a active Hep B infection, you can still go to school.
Yep.
But if you don't have the vaccine, you can't come here. Tell me how that makes sense. Listen, Sarah, how can people find info about your court case, which, by the way, Children's Health Defense is helping you out with, right?
Yeah.
So Children's Health Defense is helping defend Sarah Doe. This is part of our legal litigation department. We're very proud to be helping Sarah Doe as much as we can. But do you know, how can people follow you or learn more about your story and follow along and help you in any way? Do you have anything? Do you have Instagram?
I have Instagram.
Okay.
It's I have TikTok, Instagram. I don't know.
But I don't know if we're allowed to give her information out. So
maybe I'll make a public account for Sarah Doe.
Maybe make a public account or something like that. Listen, before we go, Sarah Doe, I know that I see how you are. You are a very strong young lady. You are composing yourself. You're not getting bogged down on the details of or playing a victim mentality, but you're fighting for your future.
Yeah.
But I want our guests to be able to connect with you in the way that, I'm sure they have children. How can you describe what has been taken away from you? Why is it that you have to be going through this right now? If you could describe to me what it's been like for you emotionally, has it been tough?
Very tough. As soon as I got kicked out of school, I didn't realize how bad it was to actually not be in school, and just sitting in my bed every day, seeing other kids be able to go to school and not being able to go to school. I wondered, what's wrong with me? Why can't I go to school? And it was just that time in my life was it was all blank because I don't know.
And it's okay to be emotional about it. It is, because you deserve to be, and you've been strong for a very long time. Posse, send her some love. Pray for her court case. We want to help her as much as we can. When we take the break, I'm going to give this awesome young lady a hug, because what happened to you is discriminatory. You are not able to continue to be vaccinated, and even if you didn't want to have those vaccines at all, that's no one's business. You should have been able to go to school. And that is not fair to put that pressure on a 15-year-old, not to call you a child, but on a 15-year-old child. That's absolutely ridiculous. Like I said, Posse, pray for Sarah Doe, send her some love. Sign up for the email updates on children'shealthdefense.org, and you can probably learn more about her court case there. We'll see you guys soon. We're going to take a short break.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right, we are live from the Children's Health Defense Conference. My name is Claire Dooley. I'm a documentary filmmaker. We're going to jump into our next segment sometime soon, but before we do, I wanted to talk with our friend from All Family Pharmacy. Hi, good to see you. Good morning.
Hi, Claire. How are you?
I'm doing great. So I want to talk a little bit about All Family Pharmacy. This is actually one of my first times hosting the past 2 days, and I hadn't heard of you guys before. And when they sent me your info, I looked it up, and it looks like an incredible work what you guys are doing. So I want to hear a little bit more about, how everything started and what you guys are able to offer, and what the posse can do.
Okay. Yeah. So All Families Pharmacy started roughly about 2019, 2020. We're a small business, family-owned pharmacy. We started during the COVID era, and we started fulfilling prescriptions for ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, different antibiotics, inhalers, nebulizers, everything that people needed for COVID that traditional primary care physicians were just refusing to prescribe for their patients. And we decided to start listening to our patients on what their needs were. And we actually developed a pretty unique platform where we put the pharmacy and the telemedicine together as one, so that our patients had easy and quick access to medications that are safe and effective that people use in their everyday lives, whether it's for flu, for COVID, for a sinus infection, or just traditional seasonal allergies. And that's how we became a big player in this game for the pharmaceutical industry, just fighting against big pharma and the vaccines, and not giving people another opportunity to acquire medications instead of going the vaccine route during flu season, so that they're comfortable. A lot of our patients are a little bit older. They're a little bit more weary during flu season. They don't want to go to their regular pharmacies while people are getting tested for COVID and flu. And we can just ship it directly to them in their mail at a very low price.
Yeah, that's really incredible, Michael. I worked on the Vaxxed tour, the CHG bus. We traveled the country and we interviewed thousands of people about their experiences during COVID. And that was a really common theme, was that, doctors would not prescribe medications that, the American frontline doctors were saying, they were treating patients with COVID. They were successful with those treatments, but in a small rural area, they didn't have access to these medications like hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. So knowing that you guys are out there and doing this is really incredible. Can you give us the website, tell us a little bit more? And also, isn't there a possibility for, people can get on they get connected with a medical professional, and they're able to receive a prescription, and then it comes in the mail. And from what I hear, it's pretty fast shipping, which is awesome.
So we try to make it as quick as possible. So our processing days are anywhere between 1 and 4 business days, depending. Traditionally speaking, we're 1 and 2 business days. When we get into the heart of flu season, sometimes it gets a little bit difficult, but we do offer overnight shipping before 3 p.m., where we guarantee that our physician will contact you or write your prescription as long as the order is entered in before 3 p.m. Eastern time, and then you can get it next day before 12:30 p.m. Wherever you live. So we try to make it as fast as possible. We're not Amazon. We can't do same day. There are regulatory processes that we have to go to. We still do need licensed doctors to prescribe these medications, which is what we work with. They are like-minded physicians. And after having my conversation with Steve Bannon yesterday, you guys actually have quite a few pharmacists and physicians who are like-minded, like our doctors, and have reached out to us via email, which is awesome to see. There's not just a few people out there. There's a lot more individuals who have these thought processes like we do, and we're giving people easy access to the medications as long as it's safe and effective, and as long as it comes from a licensed physician, which we work with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having access to medications like that when you live in a rural area, or even an area where you don't have access to a doctor who is interested in exploring alternative treatments, I think is an option that a lot of Americans deserve to have. So yeah, I definitely would love for you guys to check out allfamilypharmacy.com. I think we have a /Bannon, and I think that will give you 10% off or something like that.
Bannon 10 coupon code. Yeah, Bannon 10 coupon code will give you 10% off your order. I do know that we're going to be running a Veterans Day sale probably Monday or Tuesday of next week. We'll probably run it for 1 or 2 days, possibly 3. That way people can save even more money. Just if you want to wait till Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday, we'll release that sale as well. But yeah, Bannon 10 will save you 10% off right now.
All right. You heard them. Bannon, you heard Michael. Bannon 10 will give you 10% off right now. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com /Bannon. Michael, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. So joining us now, sitting next to me, is Solomon Schmidt. Solomon Schmidt is a fantastic young author who is totally what I would say posse coded. I met Solomon at a Maha Action event in DC and was very impressed. Solomon, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Claire. It was great meeting you.
Okay, so I actually want to start real quick. We don't have any B-roll of this to show you guys, but Solomon actually sent me some of his books called History Bites. You want to tell us a little bit about History Bites? It's really cool.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so I started History Bites when I was 12. It was a series I wrote for kids my age. I had wanted to do something related to history because I was always passionate about the great stories of the past, Ronald Reagan, Wild West, things along that line. And there was no book that I wanted to, like the kind I was thinking, which would engage kids at a very young age instead of a textbook, instead of a book that would stay on a shelf and remain dusty. Mm-hmm. The History Bites series bring history to life for kids with fun facts and pictures and vocabulary, and the chapters are bite-sized, so just a few pages, and I cover hundreds of people and events from all different time periods. And I have a tiny
even
YouTube
if it's
channel.
Even if it's like a homeschool kid, no matter who you are, I was going through these books, and I'm actually really excited to use them with my daughter when she's a little bit older. She's 18 months now, so it might not, but you never know. Never too early.
Sure, I've had as young as preschool use them, and the great thing is I've had folks from all walks of life tell me they've really enjoyed them. Grandparents reading them for themselves or for their grandkids, and I've had kids sleep with these books underneath their pillows. That's how much they like them, and that isn't a pat on the back to me. It's just showing that history can be fun if it's presented the right way, because they're just good stories.
Right.
I mean, I'm going to film in Antarctica in January about Ernest Shackleton and Robert Scott. Some of these stories from history, if they happen now, they would be viral events, but because they happened 100 years ago and they're black and white photographs and the people didn't smile, they might not be interesting to people. But I think presented the right way, we can re-engage kids to love history like they did 100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Clearly, they're engaging in the right way. I was enjoying reading them. There's one on U.S. presidents, very Bannon-coded. There's a couple on different. What's the one on? I guess it's important people through history. There's like 2 volumes of that one.
Yeah, it's called. It's got actually what I think is a stupid title. I want to rename it on the next edition. It should be called Famous People: History Bites Volumes 1 and 2. It covers famous people, some of the most world-changing historical figures from ancient times to modern day, of all walks of life: scientists, explorers, inventors, politicians.
Yeah, I saw that. I think it's really important to kind of have that broad range. I noticed that you didn't shy away from certain characters. You're just like, I think it's infamous and famous people. So that was pretty cool. You were going to mention that you had a YouTube channel.
Yes, it's called History Bites, and I started it about 10 years ago to go along with the History Bites series. I have around 150 videos that correlate with the sections of a lot of my books about the presidents and major wars. And name-dropping alert, but I've got what I think are some pretty cool interviews. I talked to Mike Tyson, Jane Goodall, who passed away recently, very sad. Some other figures as well, Mike Huckabee, Jocko Willink, and I'll be posting more content over the next few months. My father and I film a lot together, and this Antarctica trip will be our 7th continent together, which is really cool. We've gone to the ends of the earth, and I'm really grateful for that. And it's just a heck of a lot of fun. I mean, history's fun. It's not history. It's stories that happened in the past, which we call history.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. So you've written a lot of books. We won't get to talk about all of them today. I know that you mentioned to me that you actually wrote a biography about J.K. Rowling.
That's right. I'm currently wrapping that one up. It's coming out through Skyhorse Publishing, who released my biography on Alan Dershowitz.
That's Tony Lyons?
Yes, Tony Lyons. And it will be the first complete biography of J.K. Rowling. It's coming out in April. If you can believe it, as famous as she is, the only other book available about her was published 25 years ago. It's wildly inaccurate and out of date, given the fact that it was published before even any of the movies, the Harry Potter movies, came out. J.K. Rowling has an amazing rags to riches story, one of the best ever. And I was able to interview relatives of hers who have never spoken before. I was able to get dozens of full-color pictures that had never been published, and I'm really excited about that. She's become quite a controversial figure. You know, she used to be totally loved by the liberal side of the political aisle. Now she's totally vilified, absolutely vilified. She went from being a goddess to a demon. That is not an exaggeration.
Calling out some of the trans issues, right? What was that about?
Yeah, so J.K. Rowling, this is very public information. J.K. Rowling was physically abused by her first husband and was sexually assaulted in her 20s. So she views this issue of transgender people in women's bathrooms, in women's locker rooms, in women's sports. She views it through that lens of allowing potentially predatory individuals into women's spaces. And she points to examples like Isla Bryson, who was a transitioning woman who was sent to a women's prison, even though he was a man, before he was sent to prison. He raped 2 women, then transitioned, and then was sent to a women's prison. Examples like that. The trans
common sense.
Sure, yeah. And the trans side of the aisle, I spoke to folks who disagree with J.K. Rowling because I wasn't trying to push a narrative in the book, but just tell her story objectively. And you can read the counter arguments to J.K. Rowling's position in the biography. Tony Lyons always tries to cover both sides of the issue in all the books he publishes, and I try to do the same thing too.
Absolutely. Okay, so before we get out of here, we have 2 minutes left. You want to tell us about Legal Gladiator? I'll show you guys this book here. I don't know if we got a reflection. This is a Legal Gladiator. This is about Dershowitz, correct?
Yeah, the one and only. Yeah, he's and when I say one and only, I mean this guy has to be a candidate for the greatest lawyer ever, but certainly in American history, he did 300 cases. He represented two presidents in impeachment trials, Bill Clinton and President Trump. And I was very grateful to have spoken to President Trump for this book. Spoke to O.J. Simpson a few months before he died. Spoke to Jared Kushner, Woody Allen, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Cool.
And no, but that's not but it's not a reflection on me. It's a reflection on Dershowitz. People on both sides of the aisle were willing to take time out of their insanely busy schedules to talk about him. And he started off in his early life what you would call a loser. He was terrible in school. He was poorly behaved. Friends and his own mother thought he was going to amount to nothing. People said, "Oh, you'll be a great whatever." I'm not saying that these jobs aren't good, but they said, "Oh, you'll be a funeral manager or a salesman at best." And then he went to college, and his mind was allowed to explore all different avenues, and he just blossomed. And he was the youngest tenured professor in the history of Harvard Law School.
Wow.
Just an extraordinary person, involved in so many controversies.
So you guys look up Legal Gladiator. This is by Solomon Schmidt. Solomon, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Claire.
We look forward to having you again. All of his works are being published by Tony Lyons at Skyhorse Publishing. Shout out to Tony. And yeah, check out Solomon's stuff, especially History Bites. It'd be a great gift for Christmas, for grandchildren. We'll be back from the break shortly.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored,
and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
All right. I'm Claire Dooley. We're live from the Children's Health Defense Conference 2025, the moment of truth. Why is this the moment of truth? Because Secretary Kennedy is in HHS getting stuff done. We have MAHA Action, MAHA Institute, and the PAC. We're not going away. We're going to keep moving forward. MAHA is now an official voting base that, in my opinion, will have the ability to swing elections. We saw that happening with Trump when Kennedy joined Trump. I was one of those people that would have voted, to be full disclosure, would have voted for Kennedy. And those things changed, obviously, when he joined Trump. So moving forward, you guys, we have someone who I have known for a couple years with me. Her name is Catherine Austin Fitts. But before she joins us, I wanted to actually talk to you a little bit about Birch Gold, because this is so Catherine coded, as the Gen Zs say this day. If you want to invest in gold, Birch Gold is definitely the place to go. With inflation jumping and, we're in over $37 trillion in debt, if you ever have thought, well, now would be a good time to buy gold, now is definitely a good time to buy gold. So if you text Bannon to 989898, you can get a free information kit, learn more about investing in gold. There's tons of options. You can roll over an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. So there's lots of options. Definitely check them out. And speaking of investing in gold and digital IDs and all of those things, I have Catherine Austin Fitts here with me. Catherine Austin Fitts, tell us a little bit about your background. I think you were in one of the presidential cabinets.
So I was a partner and member of the board of Dillon Read on Wall Street, and then went and became the Assistant Secretary of Housing, FHA Commissioner in the first Bush administration, and then started an investment bank. It was very successful. Unfortunately, we were stopping mortgage fraud, and we ended up in 11 years of litigation with the Department of Justice, who was helping expand the mortgage fraud. And then I created, when I'd always been an extremely private person as an investment banker, but when during the litigation, I had to go public, and so I ended up with millions of people all over the world just constantly emailing and asking questions, and those questions grew into two businesses. One is the Solari Report. I published that, and we're a subscriber service, and our tagline is Live a Free and Inspired Life, or Actionable Intelligence for a Free and Inspired Life. And then I have an investment screen company, Solari Investment Screens, which helps screen publicly traded stocks for essentially screening out organized crime.
Organized crime. So when you're saying organized crime, who are we talking about here?
We're talking about companies whose business model is systemically fraudulent.
Okay. So Catherine comes from, I wouldn't say you come from the deep state.
Yeah, I would.
You would? Okay.
I was right in the middle of it all my whole life.
A former deep state member who has left and gone AWOL. I think you now live in,
I was booted out by the deep state.
Because something that Catherine talks about a lot is actually we're in a debt-based system, and that things don't actually have to be the way that they are. Right. We don't have to be drowning in debt.
If you go back through history, so if you do a complete history of monetary policy and practice, there's not the single best currency in the world, believe it or not, is a well-governed fiat currency. But a well-governed fiat currency is not debt-based. So the number one problem with the dollar.
What's a fiat currency?
A fiat currency is a currency that is not tied to a particular commodity. So it's basically typically created by a sovereign government and is tied to ensure that whatever the level of growth is, that you have enough paper or enough currency to transact with. So it's really tied to economic growth as opposed to any particular commodity or real asset.
Absolutely. Before we get into, actually, I kind of do want to dive straight into, I think, what is your bread and butter as being someone who has edited your show on CHD-TV before. Catherine Austin Fitts has a show on CHD-TV called Financial Rebellion. It's every week on Thursday.
Thursday.
On Thursday. They're live at 10 Eastern Time. Catherine is usually joined by Carolyn Betts, and they talk about the digital IDs, central bank digital currencies, anything that's happening in the news, her take on it, what you can do. And I think one thing I love about you, Catherine, is that you always offer solutions at the end. Right. So we're going to get to that a little bit later. But first, I want to actually talk about this central idea with Catherine, which is that we are building our own digital prison.
Right.
In the simplest terms, how can you describe that to our audience? How are we building our own digital prison?
So the idea of financial rebellion was right now we are financing our both digital IDs and programmable money. We are financing the control grid that ultimately, if it goes into place, I say turns into a digital concentration camp. Mm-hmm. And literally, we have the power to stop financing it by shifting our money. I always tell the story of being in Washington and in sort of a boardroom situation, and the congressman is standing there, and there's protests outside on the street on Pennsylvania Avenue, and he says, let's face it, honey, as long as they're carrying a Citibank credit card in their back pocket, I don't care if they walk up and down. Right? So we often think of political solutions as going into the polls and changing, who's in the Oval Office or who's in a particular political. But one of the greatest political solutions is we just stop building and financing the control grid and shift our time and money. And there are many different things you can do, and that's what I'm going to be talking about on Sunday. Yeah. Why are we helping the enemy? Why are we literally turning over our power by complying with digital ID systems and programmable money? Many people have heard of central bank digital currency, but the U.S. has just passed a new law called the Genius Act, and they are planning on issuing the equivalent privately. It's programmable money. And one of the things we're doing at Solari, we have new legislation. We were working with states who were passing laws to stop CBDC, both foreign and domestic. Now we're coming back around with new model legislation to say it's called the Payment Protection and Transparency Act, and the goal is to stop all programmable money, whether private or public.
Absolutely. I love that you guys are trying to create solutions with Solari, moving towards that. Before I dive into more, actually, now that you're just bringing that up, how do people find out more about this work that you're doing?
So if you come to Solari, the first thing you'll see is a banner for a 60-day cash campaign, because a digital ID and programmable money can't snap into a control grid unless you have a 100% digital system. And so we're doing everything we can to encourage people to do analog, whether it's to do cash, to do checks, to do money orders, to barter, anything to keep the analog system heavy and large enough and important enough so you can't get into that all digital trap. So you'll see the banner for the 60-day cash campaign, but then if you drop down the page, you can link to our Financial Transaction Freedom website. You can find a wealth of information and solutions, and why stopping programmable money is very much in your interest and very doable. We just have a briefing every month for legislators, and the next one on November 13th is going to be on programmable money to help you understand, and we encourage everyone, sign on up, but bring your state legislator, because, our unique constitutional construct is the states can stop this.
Absolutely. Catherine, why, we have 2 minutes to the break, why should people, I don't like being focusing on being angry, but why should people be angry about this? How are American citizens being violated?
So I'm going to give you a couple of examples, okay? Mm-hmm. So you have a beautiful baby, right? Imagine getting a call from the government and saying, Claire, unless you transgender your baby, we're going to turn off your money. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's not great.
Right. Or, unless we are mandating a vaccine a month, and unless you take your child in for a vaccine every month, we're going to turn off your money.
Another great example would be, I guess, the whole 15-minute city kind of construct that, different cities around the world are trying out, where they try to keep everyone within a 15-minute grid. And if you leave that grid,
your money won't work.
Your money won't work.
Right.
Because you're a parasite to the world, because you're contributing to climate change, and you can only use a certain amount of energy. That goes into energy credits, which is pretty...
Well, that's what they say, but the reality is it permits the few to control the many.
Which is elitist.
Well, just like the pandemic created 500 new billionaires. Imagine how many billionaires you can create this way. And with automation and robots, essentially, their view is they don't need everybody. And if you look at the lifestyle they want to enjoy, if everybody led that lifestyle, it would be very environmentally challenging. But if they want a two-tier system, this is how you enforce it.
Absolutely. And your solution, Catherine, is pretty simple. There's a lot of things you can do, but
there's thousands of things you can do, but what you need to understand is we don't have an economic problem. There is a way to build a wealth-building civilization that ends poverty and provides dramatic new prosperity. New technology can create, just an unbelievable amount of wealth and prosperity, but it has to be with a construct of, sort of win-win for all. So we have two potential models. We have a model of freedom and prosperity, or we have a model of complete control. And the complete control is better for a certain group of sort of tech billionaires and oligarchs.
Absolutely, Catherine. And that's what we're doing here at CHD. You can find her in the Financial Rebellion every week. We're going to be back after a short break.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System. a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right. We are live from the Children's Health Defense Conference, the Moment of Truth 2025 in Austin, Texas. My name is Claire Dooley, and joining me is Catherine Austin Fitts, co-host of The Financial Rebellion, an amazing show on CHGTV that shows you how you can break free from the digital prison that we have been unknowingly building. So before this last break, we were talking a bit about digital IDs, got a little bit into 15-minute cities, but I actually wanted to dive into, with you, Catherine, we were talking about how all this ties into farming, freedom for food. What can people do? What are your views on that aspect of things?
So there are two important things to understand about food freedom and health freedom. If you want to control financial transactions, you have to have sufficient control of food, because people can always make their own currencies, right? So in the Great Depression, at the height, there are 3,100 counties in America, and America had 3,100 community currencies. So people can go off and make their own currency, so you need to have sufficient control of food. But the important thing that I constantly try and stress to food and health activists is, if financial transaction control is achieved with digital ID and programmable money in combination, then anything we've accomplished in terms of building legal protections and court protections for food and health freedom can be completely reversed. So it's the meta control that then controls everything else.
Which is that perspective you have as an ex-deep stater, you know what we should be doing.
Well, it's very funny. When I'm in audiences of, say, 1,000 Americans, and there are 2 Eastern Europeans in the room, they understand exactly what I'm thinking or saying, because they're like, I've been there, I've done that, I am not going back, I see this coming. But Americans have always enjoyed the blessings of liberty and financial transaction freedom. They can't fathom where they are going. I can fathom it. I came out of the Bush administration in 1991 and said, if we don't do something, they're going to get a hold of the technology and kill us all. That was my lesson learned from the Bush administration.
Which I think is it can get kind of dark, but that's why what I love about you, Catherine, is that, how do you remain positive whenever you learn that there are very rich, very wealthy, elitist people who want to control your life? I mean, that's so easy. So
grief is the doorway to real solutions. So I always tell people, my old pastor in Washington used to always say, if we can face it, God can fix it. And that's a fact. But if you don't face what's going on, you're going to try and waste time on all sorts of solutions, which are just dead ends. And it's by facing what's really happening that you can see what the real solutions are. And people who do that, one of the things I love, we've just spent the last 2.5 months doing meet and greets for Solari. You see people who faced it 5 or 10 years ago. They are avoiding what I call the great poisoning. They are healthy. They are happy. They've completely reconfigured their life. They're buying direct from the local farmer. They are, they are doing business with a high-integrity community bank or credit union. They've completely reinvented their lives because they faced, all these people and institutions we can't trust. They didn't get the shot during COVID. They're very healthy. So grief is the doorway you have to walk through to get to real solutions. And real solutions are where you spend your time and your money in a way that protects and makes your life successful.
Right. And anyone can do that. You don't have to have a lot of money.
I do not have to help the people who are trying to harm me and my family. I do not have to help them. I do not have to purchase from them. I do not have to finance them. I do not have to work for them. I do not have to admire them. I don't have to, celebrate them. I can, it's like a detox. I used to call it a tapeworm. If you have a tapeworm, it's a parasite. You need to detox the parasite out of your life. You can do it, but you've got to face that there is a parasite, and that parasite is basically killing you and your family.
Absolutely. One more time before you head out, Catherine, I want to arm our posse with, even just 3 action items. Like what can we do today? I know you mentioned using cash, maybe even go a little more into that if you want.
So here's the first thing I would do. I would go to Solari.com and I would look at the 60-day cash challenge. And I would think about how you can shift how you live your daily life so you can use cash as much as possible. Then I would go to the section on video shorts. And in video shorts, we have a financial transaction freedom list. And the first 3 are a minute long. The 4th is 2.5 minutes long. I would watch those 4 videos. Okay? So that's going to be 5 minutes. And if you're led, I would send those videos everywhere, because you need to create as much sort of information virally for people so they know how to protect. Then I would go to the Financial Transaction Freedom website that you can find linked at the bottom of Solari, and I would look through the materials, and I would sign up for the newsletter and monthly briefings so that we can start to engage you in your city, in your state, taking actions that get your leadership at state and local level to start protecting you from this.
Yeah, something that just crossed my mind as you're saying that is that, when we've been talking to the posse about, mobilizing or, finding a way, what's the action, what's the call to action, it's kind of difficult to ask someone to find their legislators and do all these things. Maha Action has a great legislative tracker if you guys want to check that out and figure out who your representatives are in your area, if they're pro-Maha or against the Maha agenda. Those are things that are they can do, but can be a little difficult. But something we all do every day is spend money. Right. We try not to spend as much money as possible, but we do spend our money. And where we're spending our money, this is what I'm getting from you, Catherine, and this is what I've learned from you in the past few years, is where we are spending our money is how we are voting with our dollars. So
it's the vote that counts.
It's the vote that counts.
Yeah, there's no fraud.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you so much, Catherine, for joining us. You guys can find her info at the Solari Report. Like I said, you can find her show every Thursday live from CHD.TV called Financial Rebellion. Catherine, we'll see you next time.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Yeah, thank you. So you guys, we're going to cut to a short clip from a documentary that I produced with Naomi Wolf about transhumanism. There's a familiar face here that you'll see, Joe Allen. And this is us talking a little bit more about these ideas of social credit systems, transhumanism, scientism. I think you guys will really enjoy it.
Transhumanism is simply the quest to merge human beings with their machines to become something more than human. 20 years ago, transhumanism was a sort of fringy, freakish ideology that only a very few people were contemplating. And now you have everyone from the World Economic Forum to Silicon Valley, prominent thinkers at Harvard, at Oxford, at Cambridge, MIT, University of Washington, a number of public figures, political figures are kind of hinting at it. You see that this idea that technology can and should be used to enhance and transform the human being, whether it's called transhumanism or not, has become profoundly influential among our leaders and among the people.
Now we are basically like a species of ants. We live in a huge colony in which each one has this tiny role to play, and we cannot survive outside the colony. And this will only increase in the 21st century. Brain-computer interfaces and biometric sensors and so forth.
And so we will be a hybrid of biological thinking and non-biological thinking, which I believe has already started with these devices outside our body.
We're already a cyborg.
personal assistant could be implanted right into your brain.
Ultimately, we're going to merge with artificial intelligence to connect our neocortex, that's the outer layer of the brain, that's where we do our thinking, to the cloud.
It is very likely that within, say, 50 years, all the bodies, all the brains would be connected together to a network.
The Internet of Bodies.
And you won't be able to survive if you're disconnected from the net.
But the moment we admit that some appropriate computational system is what the basis of intelligence is, and we admit that we will improve these systems continuously, and we admit that the horizon of cognition very likely far exceeds what we currently know, then we have to admit that we're in the process of building some sort of God. Now would be a good time to make sure it's a God we can live with.
Technologies like vaccine passports, social credit systems, and job automation have the potential to undermine our privacy, freedom, and autonomy. In the wrong hands, technology can be used to control, manipulate, and exploit people.
Science is replacing.
All right, you guys, if you want to watch that full documentary, you can find it for free on my website, clairedooleyfilm.com. I think it runs around 25 minutes or so. It's about transhumanism, what you should be afraid of, what you should not be afraid of. Technology is a tool that can be used for good or bad. Joining me now is Dr. Weldon. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's great to be with you, Claire.
Yes. So we're just actually chatting a little bit about your background. Could you share with some of our viewers what your background is? You're originally an internal medicine doctor.
Yes, I practiced internal medicine in Florida for several years before I got elected to the U.S. House. I retired from the U.S. House and then went back to my practice. I'm still practicing part-time now. I served in Congress for 14 years. Wow. I was on the Health Committee. We oversaw the CDC. That's how I got to know Bobby Kennedy. That's how I got very involved with the vaccine safety issues. And Bobby Kennedy asked President Trump to appoint me to be director of the CDC. And my nomination was pulled because of opposition of a few Republicans in the Senate who I believe were under a lot of pressure from pharma.
Do we have their names? Do we know who they were?
Yeah, Bill Cassidy was one of them, Senator Cassidy from Louisiana.
Shocker.
Well, the funny thing about that is I had known him and had met him several times before I was nominated, and he's an internist, but he specialized in gastroenterology. So we were fellow physicians, but he was very negative towards me in my nomination. And I'm a Republican, conservative, pro-life. He claims to be those same things, but he really didn't want me in the position. So
Right. Which then begins to ask the question, what financial incentives does that particular Republican lawmaker have in not wanting to get you confirmed? We have another 50 seconds in this block, but I did want to just talk a little bit about more of what happened behind the scenes, what your views are as an internal medicine doctor when we come back from the break. But before we go, I just wanted to say, Dr. Dave, it's Dave, right?
Yeah, Dave. I ran for Congress as Dave Weldon.
Dave Weldon.
My patients call me Dr. Weldon, though. I prefer doctor, but you can call me Dave.
Dr. Weldon, thanks so much for being here with us. When we come back from the break, we are going to dive in.
Great.
All right, you guys. We're good.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality,
reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it. We bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right, my name is Claire Dooley. We're live from the Children's Health Defense Conference in Austin, Texas. This is the moment of truth. A little bit about my background. I have Dr. Dave Weldon here with me. But, the last 10 years of my career, I have dedicated to the vaccine issue, specifically the childhood vaccine schedule. When COVID happened, it wasn't really out of left field. I mean, we definitely expected something like that to happen. It was talked about. And, we were just able to jump right in and start building an alternate infrastructure, which is now what I call MAHA. I'm not a doctor. I'm a documentary filmmaker. But sitting next to me is a doctor, Dr. Dave Weldon. And we actually want to talk with you guys a little bit about the childhood vaccine schedule. So I want your opinion on the current childhood vaccine schedule. And let's talk a little bit about that.
Well, there are a lot of problems with it. To start with, a substantial percentage of parents are ignoring it. For example, 90% of parents are refusing to do the COVID vaccines for their kids. 90%. And when you have an institution like the CDC working in lockstep with the American Academy of Pediatrics and academics at all of our major medical schools throughout the country, out of step with 90% of the American people, you really have a very, very big problem. In surveys, 80% of Republicans and 40% of Democrats don't trust the recommendations coming out of the CDC. Think about that for a minute. I still practice medicine. I'm semi-retired. When you're practicing medicine, they monitor your patient satisfaction levels. They send these surveys out. Do you like Dr. Weldon or not? You're considered a doctor with a problem if you're your approval rating is 90%. Most doctors, those surveys come back 98%, 97% are satisfied with their doctors. And you've got a major health organization in the United States, the Center for the Disease Control, a government agency where somewhere between 40 and 80% of people don't trust it. That's bad. That is really bad. And something has to be done about it. That was one of the things I wanted to try to fix not in Congress, at CDC as director. I used to be in Congress. I tried to fix a lot of it when I was in Congress, but these agencies will ignore the Congress. They frequently do on a regular basis. They basically thumb their nose. They literally will sometimes say, we're not going to do it. They did that to me. When I became concerned about the autism epidemic, and probably one of the greatest problems we have today is our biomedical institutions have completely failed to come up with an explanation. They say it's not the vaccines, but they don't tell us what it is. And I was told if you go into the Amish community where they don't do vaccines, that the incidence of autism is extremely low. As a matter of fact, a reporter went into those communities and did a survey. And I asked the CDC, I'm on the committee that funds CDC, and I asked them to go in there and check that out. They wouldn't do it. So as a congressman, they can thumb their nose at you on a regular basis. So we have a real problem. I don't really know how you fix it. I know this, if Bobby Kennedy can get a lot done, Bobby Kennedy can do a lot of great things, and he already is. And the president can do a lot of great things. But if they lose the House in a year, it's going to get really tough. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And most importantly, the biomedical establishment needs to sit up and say, wait a second, we are out of touch with the American people. You know, the Constitution reads, we the people. It doesn't read we the experts. And that was deliberate. The founders did that deliberately. And the American people are going this way, and the experts are going in the wrong direction. And we need to really come together. We need good science. We need better research. I mean, I can go on and on.
That sounds a little too common sense for most of the media now. They would call you a misinformation spreader for such beliefs.
And they call you anti-vax. And, you know, I'm here at this conference. The title of this conference is The Moment of Truth. Really, this is a moment of truth on this issue. If we don't start getting the right kind of answers. And it's the same thing I always noticed when I was in Congress. If you look at some of the people here, they're highly published scientists. I mean, the people who are concerned about vaccine safety don't have missing teeth and no shoes. I mean, many of them are very, very accomplished professionals, and they're saying the same thing that I've been saying. The research studies on vaccine safety are pathetic, and something has to be done. And
I'm going to jump in there, Dave. How can people follow you to find out more about this?
I don't.
You don't have any.
I don't have followers.
Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to shout out the Children's Health Defense Conference website. If you want to join digitally and you want to watch online, you can watch online, learn more about Dr. Dave Weldon, and also learn more about all the speakers that are here at the conference. Thank you so much, Dave.
It's great to be with you, Claire.
So I want to run over to Mike Lindell, who is with us, and talk a little bit more about his USA special that he's running. I'm a very big fan of the Giza sheets.
That's awesome. Yeah, and they're on sale too, everybody. We've got My Pillow continues to be attacked, everybody, as you know, and all that. But for right now, I want to give you guys the best special we've ever had on our Made in USA products. These are our mattresses. Remember, they're with patented technology. Our pillows were with patented technology. They're all developed to give you the best sleep you can ever get. You save up to 80%. If you go to mypillow.com/war room, and you go there, and what you're going to see our mattresses, our mattress toppers, 100% made in the USA. If you have a mattress that's not quite right, put our patented